older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the air to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, or it could be good morning, depending on where you're at on this glorious and wonderful plane. I'm Sovereign Soul, coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination from the International Fake Station. That noise you're hearing in the background is my handler, Something Wong, from the Chinese Communist Party, and God knows what he's doing back there to make that noise. So I want to welcome everybody to the show tonight. We've got a few people piling in here. It's showing we've got 29 people, 5 over on the backup and 24 over here on the main channel. And let me see what we've got going on over in, we've got Twilight Nights over in the Rumble side. And let's give a quick shout out to the people who are here already. I need to change it so it just comes up like this all the time. There. So let's see who I got here. I got Chicago Gummy Bears with us, Mental Pancakes, Ida Hat, Stinky Cash, what's going on, bro? Oh, really, it's some young guy. Let's see. This thing's moving too fast. Joyce B's here tonight. Twilight Nights, he's over here too. Shawnee B. Got Saddlebum with us. Who else we got here in REM? Seen a lot of good people here. David John Rivington McDonough. Wow, that's a name. That sounds important. Kind of important sounding guy there. Oh, hell no, just kidding with you, man. Got Awake in the Ether is with us. Nate, Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara, of course, and Elaine Freedom. Let me see, Anson Howards. Hey, long time no see, bro. I saw him this afternoon. Or this afternoon for me. It was probably last night for him. I don't know. It's hard for me to keep track of where all you people live at. Rethink Inc. is with us. David, see Unlimited Hangout. Thomas, there's Thomas Bobby. Thomas Bobby is a rat rig operator, same as me.
Oh, really?
Right? He was just a couple of years after I got out. He went in and he was a radio teletype as well. So rats, cheese, bro, cheese. He knows what I'm talking about. Let's see who PJ Cruikshank's with us tonight too. Joey Paul, and this is going to be a lot of fun because I was going to try to get into it last night, and of course it was a fantastic stream. My God, we went 5.5 hours, 5 hours, something like that, and had a lot of great people on the panel. Of course, Jaron was up here. We had Run Boston Bear, we had a lot of great people. Flatzoid jumped up here with us. So it was really quite a great panel. Brenda came and visited as well, and our good friend Nick Volt. So it was a pretty interesting stream. We kind of worked out with Jaron what my idea for the debate streamline was. He seemed to have a favorable outlook on it. So we'll see what goes on with this next one, if he grabs that idea up or how that works out. So that'll be fun. So tonight, what I'm going to do is what I was going to hope. I don't know if I even had any hope of it, but and like I said, it was a great stream. So tonight we're going to cover the debate recently by Craig from Fight the Flat Earth and Flatzoid's perspective. And it was pretty interesting if you hadn't seen the debate. Craig, of course, is doing just like, this is what cracks me up, because if you really dissect it, and what I want people to really pay attention to here is when we're watching it, how much of Craig's verbiage is actually the empirical evidence that he spouts, that he uses, and how much of it, what percentage of it is actually condescending ad hominems. And what I found is that he's got this Simon Cowell thing about him, and there seems to be this group of people that they think that means that somebody's smart, and it really doesn't at all. So just pay attention while we're watching this to the amount of shit. Filter the shit from the substance if you can. All right. It's not easy to do. A lot of you are going to have to put your bullshit filters on, but it should be pretty good. I watched it the first time, probably get some more out of it the second time. I actually really like watching the body language of some of these people when they're in this type of thing. And this guy here, he ended up, he was a twitching and rocking worse than an autist at an Iron Maiden concert. I swear to God, he was all over the place with that. Oh yeah. Because Flatzoid pinned him to these impossibilities that they postulate. Yeah. That these are fundamentals. These are fundamentals before you can even have your fucking dark matter and galaxies and stars and all this shit that they say. You have to get past these fundamental stumbling blocks of physics, physical law. And one of those is gas behavior. And what's postulated by these guys is completely errant to the way gas behaves, up to and including the idea, even if there was such a thing as gravity, it has absolutely no effect on gases. Gas does not fall down, go boom. Okay? That's how it is. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and get this started, and I'm going to stir up my little bowl here and see what I can get going out of that too. Some more. We're continuing as much experimentation in science up here in the International Fake Station as can be done. And we got Joe Cool. What's happening, Joe?
That's good, man.
What's happening, brother? Did you happen to catch this?
I don't think so. When was it?
Night before last.
No chance. I did see one with you and a guy, though. I don't know, maybe a week ago or something.
Yeah, it was the same character.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it like a British accent or something?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
He's like, that guy, he's a joke. But see, this is one of the things we're doing. We're going to streamline this thing down, and it's going to take a big tool away, one of his tactics completely away. In that,
which tactic?
Well, here's how. Tell me how you think this would go. Okay, so you got a moderator, and just say it was you and me. Before I bring this up, okay, hang on. I'll just bring us both up.
Okay.
So suppose you and me are debating.
Debating, okay? And yeah.
Right. And we have a guy, he's the moderator. Okay. Now the moderator gets to have complete control over your microphone. And the way this works is like this. You give your opening it's just like a CB radio. If one guy's talking, nobody else can talk. Okay. He has the airway. And until he says done or yield or over, then that means I've released the key on my mic.
So
the
one of his
moderator-
tactics was interrupting.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. And both sides do it. I mean, it happens. So this would eliminate that, right? And so what happens is then as soon as you say I'm done, then the moderator mutes that person and the other person comes off mute. Then he gets to respond. Now, you can, if there's like a real heavy duty point that you just can't keep your panties out of your crack and
Right.
you have to get to, you get 2 buzzers.
Sounds
You
good.
get 2 buzzers, right?
I was thinking
And if
something
you
like
use
that.
the
Yeah.
buzzer, then you get 10 seconds. 10 seconds to make your
Yeah.
point you wanted to interrupt with. You can't just go on and on and on. You get 10 seconds.
Right.
Then you go back on mute. The other guy finishes his shit. And then
This
over.
sounds. Yeah,
All right.
Don't sound
So then
horrible. Yeah.
after that, if you come to a point where somebody says some shit that you go, oh, that's fucking wrong. I know better. Use your self-discipline. You'll have to take a piece of paper and a pen and take notes, write down shit that you want to bring up when this guy comes back up, right? And then you can work it that way. And I think that'll take a lot of the interruption out of the whole fucking equation.
I think I'd say for the first 3/4, 4/5 of the debate, it should be like that. And then the end or somewhere in there, I like to find time where if they're gentlemen, they can have a little back and forth, or,
Yeah,
with interruption, because people should be able to communicate like
Sure,
that
sure.
if they're adults. Yeah.
Absolutely. But what I find is a lot of times people start to abuse that. And I'm a pattern recognitionist. Okay. I recognize patterns. And one of the ways they do this is I'll set it up to where I'm getting ready to lay down the point. They know I'm going to lay down the point, and that's where they'll interrupt. And then they'll go on about something that has nothing to do with what I'm doing. No, we're going to take that right out of the fucking equation.
All right.
So,
Hey,
what's
Anton.
up, Anson?
Is it Anton?
Yeah, man.
Anson.
Anson. Okay, what's
Mhm.
good, bro?
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
smiling at the shirt, bro. How can you not like the shirt?
Well,
So
you
anyway, I
liked
wanna-
it, yeah?
I like the shirt, yes.
You liked it, yeah, man. I got in a charity shop
Yeah,
for like for PC.
It's really cool.
Yeah, man.
Sorry about that. My buddy was asking me what's my shirt, and this is from the famous Mickey Tavern over in Charlottesville near Monticello. And this was a pre-revolutionary tavern and inn that many of the forefathers would secretly meet there.
Oh, wow.
To have beer and talk about how bad King George sucks and shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a pretty cool thing. So anyway, I want to get into this debate. Unless you had something that you wanted to share with us, Anson, before I get started. Okay.
No,
So we'll get into this. I queued it up to where it just starts. You don't have to wait and everything. So we'll get her going. Smoke them if you got them.
Smoking right now.
Oh, wait. That's not going to help us.
Started. We have 10 minutes on the floor for Flatzoid, so thank you so much for being here, everybody, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nathan, for letting me sit in for this. I don't even need 10 minutes, to be honest, but it's good to be here, and I really appreciate that Craig's giving the time for this. I will first start off with saying, yes, I'm a biblical earther, so that means the cosmology is actually still biblical earth, even though Craig doesn't like debating biblical earth. So I just have to give that a shout out. So yeah, and one thing I will bring up tonight, which is a given, which Craig will have to demonstrate, is how you can violate gas laws. Because the claim for the globe is always, you do not need containment to have gas pressure. So I'm going to expect a demonstration where you can actually go and violate this. Not point to the sky, demonstrate it. The second point I would be putting up is that we always get is the horizon is a physical place for a sphere, which is false. By definition, a horizon is an apparent optical position where the sky and the earth appear to meet. So if you want to claim it is a physical earth blockage, you will have to demonstrate and substantiate that with evidence. We will also bring in with the horizon rises relative to eye level, because I figured that globies don't understand what the word relative means. If you are going to rise relative to eye level, it means no matter your altitude, the horizon will always be in your eyesight line of view. Is the horizon physically above eye level? No, the water's physically below you, but due to perspective, it rises relative to eye level. What else would I bring up? Coriolis effect. Not really much to talk about, as it's just very simply, if you're going to say Earth has Coriolis effect, you can't claim conservation of angular momentum because then there is no effect to observe. If you claim Coriolis and have no conservation of momentum, then we would actually see the deviations, but we do not do so. So I think that's all I really need to bring up now, because we will just hinge on Craig trying to demonstrate anything for his claims of the globe. Thank you.
Oh, pretty good opening. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
about you,
so
Enzo?
it's really, really sort of to the point and easy to understand, which is great. It's like anyone can watch his stream and like appreciate his like science.
Yeah. Those guys
Yeah.
are great over there too, man. I love going over there. I've been showing up on his show a few times here,
Good.
and just been we have a blast of a time. There's a guy, he might show up here, Lou. He's funny. He's a resident M-ball, right? And he might show up over here, but there might be hope for that guy. Maybe. But it's always comes down to this idea of consensus, And I found that last night when we were talking to Max. I was like, from after talking to him, it sounds like to me, it's like, well, you sound more like you believe other people based on a perception rather than going by what your own experiences actually are.
Yeah, that's not smart.
No, I mean, that's that when I pose that question, that's one you really have to think about. If nobody ever told me I lived on a globe or anything, I was just say you lived in the 1800s. There's no phones, none of that shit. You've never heard any of this nonsense.
Yeah.
And one day, what would ever make you go, hey, I think for some reason I live on a ball, right? That it must be a fucking spinning globe, nothing would ever give you that.
I hope I would have arrived at that conclusion before I was 12 years old, or else I'd feel inadequate. It's very observable every day and every night.
But what experience would there be that would tell you, hey, man, this must be a ball that I live on?
The sun disappearing behind the horizon every night.
Well, you see it go down. What's to stop it for you from thinking maybe it goes into the water? I see it go into the ocean. And then you'd have to think logically. I mean, the very last thing you would come to is a sphere. I guarantee you.
Yes, but you'd get there, right? You should get there by the time
I understand.
12,
absolutely.
13, 14.
But then as soon as you start to understand your field of view, that you'd be able to see that once again by rising in elevation to a point, of course, because there is, and I've shown in the photographs at high altitude, the sun indeed does change its angular size. But when you're down on the earth looking at it from the ground and your field of view is obstructed, looking through the thickest layer of shit that there is right down here on the ground level, you're already at 3 miles. That's it. That's your horizon. Okay. For a normal person, about 3 miles is where your horizon's at. And you're seeing this object, right? So what it's doing is your field of view has been obstructed by the horizon. So it's going to appear to disappear from the bottom up. But as soon as you change your elevation, your field of view changes. And not only do you bring the bottom of the object back in, you get more horizon beyond the object that was hidden.
That's logical and around Earth too.
Not really, because then you start to see, because if you can't see curvature at 120 miles or 120,000 feet, as they claim, then you certainly can't see curvature standing on the ground and watch a boat go over it. You can't have it both ways. You see?
Sure you can. Those two different
Billy
things.
Bong. What's happening, Billy Bong?
What's up, guys?
What's
What's
going
good,
on,
Billy?
brother?
Nothing much, man. Just you know how it is. Everybody here smokes weed, so it's all good.
Smoking right
Even if-
now.
Even if I'm not a flat earther, I still respect the weed hustle.
But it's been that way for
You got the bomb backup too. For when
it's been that way though forever, man, since I was even a little kid, because I can remember my mom talking about, there'd be other neighbors over at the house smoking weed. And we were, middle class, upper middle class.
Yeah.
And other neighbors come over, they go in the house and smoke a joint and shit. And I remember my dad saying, look, this is a great example. He said, if tomorrow everybody that smoked weed turned green and you went up in an airplane, you wouldn't be able to tell where the damn grass started and the grass ended.
Right.
And and this was
It's
in
pretty
the
cool.
70s, man. This is in the
Yeah.
late 70s. So yeah, it's just now people don't have to hide it is all. That's all.
Well, or a lot less anyway, right?
Right.
It's still
right.
tyrannical shit. Like I drive state to state and I smoke weed, so I get pulled over a lot and I get a lot of shit.
That reminds me, and I'll get the link here and put it in the chat. Tommy Tell the Truth. Are you anybody who knows Tommy Tell the Truth? He was traveling to California from his home in Florida, got pulled over in a place in Texas, and he's locked up for possession. And he's needing bail money. So I'm going to put the thing for the GoFundMe page in the chat here. In fact, let me see if I got it right now while I'm thinking of it.
Do you know how he actually came off the road?
He had an accident, I guess, was what I was told. You'll be able to here. Hold on. You can read the details, what details there are of it on the GoFundMe page. I'm going to put that down here in the chat.
And he ended up getting popped for weed after the accident. Huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So looks like, what are we up to here? They've raised $958 so far.
Very good. He should be out on a weed charge with $958.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There was. I think it's like 2,000 or 3,000 is the bail, and I was like, "Well, good God, how much did he have?" For
fuck is he at? Right, it's draconian. What the fuck is he at? Mormon territory or something?
Let's see.
Weed.
Tyler, Texas.
Oh, Texas, horrible. I'm fighting 3 tickets down there. Like weed, a bunch of Texas sucks. I've been at it fighting them for about a year and a half, going on 2 years. 3 tickets. One on was possession of a bowl, and they took my weed, by the way. And one was the other was traffic tickets, which lied, and I've been fighting on back and forth. And they've been making me come from Illinois all the way back. Oh, you know what? We're gonna have to reschedule. They call themselves being funny. They think it's hilarious.
Well, if anybody can, help out, it's much appreciated. See if we can't help get Tommy out of there, and at least let him enjoy the rest of his vacation if that's possible or whatever. But you don't want to be spending it in that joint, especially in Texas. Fuck that shit.
He gonna need some money for weed too, so you guys dig deep.
Absolutely. Well, let's get back to this. We'll listen to Craig. And now pay special note because he says he relies on empirical evidence, and I was waiting for him to provide some empirical evidence throughout the entire debate. I couldn't find any. But if you see it, let me know.
I'll let you know. Yeah.
All right. So we have 10 minutes on the floor going over to FTFE. So thank you so much, Flatzoid. A little quicker than I was expecting, but that's cool. We're always having fun. And if you're having fun and you're excited for what we're about to discuss, hit the like button and we're going to hand it over to FTFE. Thank you for being here again.
Well, that was interesting. 4 strawmans of the globe claim. Brilliant. I mean, I don't really need to address any.
What?
None of them were evidence for.
You're muted, so.
I was like, straw man. What was those? What were the straw man? I was like, what the fuck was straw man? I was like,
he assumed the flat earther position. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but he assumed the flat earther position. I mean, a globe earther position, and then he said what he wanted. This guy is saying that whatever those 4 assumptions were wrong.
That's a Steelman argument.
No, it's a straw man if he gave misappropriate arguments.
Oh, that's the claim. But as you'll see,
that's what he's claiming. All right.
For the flat Earth. So I did write down the things that Flatzoid said there, but I'll move that out of the way for now. All right, so we've got horizon. Thank you, Globe. The horizon is literally an effect of the curve of the Earth. I do appreciate you bringing up the horizon, debunking the flat Earth, because it's something that can't exist on the flat Earth due to angular things being possible.
Angular.
Yeah, we have an atmospheric pressure gradient, which is not only an example of, but a prediction of gravity acting on gas. I can look at the sky all I want. I don't care if you tell me that I can't. The sky can show things happening in reality. So if you tell me I'm not allowed to use reality and nature and natural things, then you're just saying I can't do science, which is kind of...
Is that their internet of mine?
Gravity, which is...
What's that?
Is that their internet of mine?
It must be
You guys hear it glitchy, his internet?
No.
All right, it's
It's-
probably
it's
mine.
on
Let me
here.
switch to data or something. Okay.
is something that specifically acts with a over the squared, which means it as it moves away in distance, it decreases in the amount of attractive force, which gives the prediction of one, Earth being a sphere when it reaches a certain mass, and two, that there will be a different attractive force acting on the gas of the atmosphere the higher you rise in altitude, which means that as you raise in altitude, there's going to be less attractive force pulling down, which means that there's less pressure at that point. We see this demonstrated in reality. I don't care if Flatsoid says that I can't use the sky in reality. I'll just use Mount Everest as an example of this. At the base of Mount Everest, the air pressure is 14.7 psi. As you go up to the summit of Mount Everest, it's about 6 psi. There is no container in between those levels of gas. So the claim that gas needs a container is just something that flat earthers say. Pressure is just force over area. Nowhere there does it say, but gas needs a container. But if Flatsoid wants to talk about containers, cool. Gravity acts as a container. And here's the killer for the flat earth's container argument. All of the pressure that exists anywhere, be it on Earth, out in space, in the vacuum of Flatsoid's head, any of those areas, they're all contained within the universe. So yeah, there's two containers for you. Stop asking for containers because there's containers. The universe contains everything that is in the universe. It's kind of the nature of the thing. And obviously on Earth, the atmospheric gradient is created by gravity. It's simple examples, right? We want to talk about how science works. Science is very, very, very simple. You observe something, you make a guess about why that thing is happening. And as Richard Feynman says, you compute the consequences of that guess, which is a prediction, and then you test that against reality. That's what the globe does every single time. The empirical evidence of gravity, which is the main backbone of all the arguments around this, exists everywhere. Experiments are done all of the time. The Cavendish experiment, which I've done, I don't need to show it because I've done that hundreds and hundreds of times on my channel. Gravity is an empirical fact that exists. Everything that Flatsoid brought up in his introduction was, and let me be clear here, not something I even need to address because they were all strawmans of the globe claim. So I don't really need to go on with my intro because I'm kind of just waffling, to be honest. I didn't prepare any for this debate. So let's just get into an open discussion and have Flatsoid display his ignorance of actual physics and science.
All right.
Damn, he's
Let's go
mean,
for
bro.
introductions.
Yeah,
Thank
he's
you,
a-
both of you, for your introductory statements.
And what it is, it's this condescending, authoritative attitude that's fake. He doesn't have that. I mean, some of the shit he was saying there made absolutely no sense whatsoever. I'm sitting there listening to it and I'm like, what?
I'm with him 1,000%. I thought I had a great argument with the atmosphere dissipating as it gets higher. That's good proof in gravity's area.
Is it? Well, there's another gradient as well as you go up. Do you know what gradient that is?
You tell me.
Come on, come on.
No, I don't like to.
I don't
Just
want you
please
to
just
think
say
sea
it.
level. What's the difference at sea level besides the air pressure? What's the difference down at the base of Mount Everest as opposed to at the top of Mount Everest? What's the difference?
I have my beliefs. I like to hear yours.
know.
I think
All
the
right.
difference
Is
is
it
clearly
colder?
gravity.
Is it colder?
Even at the same temperature.
Is it, no, wait a second.
Go ahead.
Because the temperatures are the whole, they're one of the biggest factors that works on gas behavior. So we have an extreme temperature differential between the bottom and the top of Mount Everest.
Yeah. Let's pick a number, 50 degrees. All right, difference. Let's just pick one out of thin air. And there's a change. What happens at ground level when the temperature drops 50 degrees? Does suddenly the pressure go down at ground level when it's cold?
Actually, it does.
but not to
Over-
the but not to the
You know why?
degree
Do you
that it
wanna
does
know?
up
Oh,
there.
wait,
But right,
because wait a
right.
second. First off, you have a mixture of gases. There's a mixture of gases in the air. And amongst these gases, one of them is water vapor. Okay. That's the one of the easiest ones to remove right there. Now, according to Dalton's law, the total pressure is the sum of all the pressures added of each element added together. So now we've removed almost all of the water, that pressure. Now, do you also know what happens to gas, the particles of gas, if there are such a thing, when they're heated as opposed to when they're cold? When they get cold, they start slowing down. They start slowing down. The collisions, the elastic collisions are fewer and fewer. Okay. So, of course, there's less pressure.
Yeah, but we know it's not a difference, right, between the air pressure every day here when it changes 50 degrees, right?
It's
Let's say
never-
I'm in a
it's
desert.
not consistent.
Hold
It's
on,
not
hold
consistent.
on, hold on. I'm in a desert. It can change
Yeah.
50 degrees over a day. And
Right.
there's not a drastic atmospheric pressure change like there would be as if I went
No,
to
not
Mount
drastic.
Everest.
Not drastic. No,
There's
not
drastic on Mount
not
Everest. though.
drastic, but you're also on the ground where the gases are produced as well. So you've got, it's more than one just factor. Now the problem is that, and I'm going to get right back into this. The problem that we have is that there is no downward acceleration of air. In other words, there's not air pushing down on you. You can't show me air pushing down. It doesn't. The reason you feel pressure from the air is because you're displacing it. The 14.7 average PSI is the compression against you each square inch of the medium because you're displacing it. Okay. The more medium you displace, the tighter it gets. This becomes evident when you go deeper and deeper underwater. The material itself doesn't start increasing in some kind of viscosity where, like, if you went down, it's like it's deeper for something to move forward, like it's harder for something to move forward at a deep level as it is at a shallow level. You don't run into that. So it's just basically that pressure is anything that's displacing it or that which is containing it. Now, once you start introducing a dynamic system to it, and this is a constant fluctuation of heating and cooling, and this, of course, changes the humidity level. This does fluctuate right down here on the ground. This is why people get sinus headaches when the weather changes and shit, because the pressure has changed due to either more or less moisture in the regular mixture of air.
But this is a relevant argument. You know, it don't change down here like it does on Everest. Why are we arguing? What's the worst it can get
I
down
didn't
here? If
say that. I
normally,
said it's not. My point is that
Yeah.
it's not a constant, Joe, and that it is
okay, that doesn't matter, right?
Is
It's
there
what
water?
accounts
Is there
for
water
the
up there?
drastic change. You said
What-
temperature, and we know it doesn't. You just explained to your argument
All
that
right.
temperature does not do it. What is it then?
No, I did not, and that's no. I never would say temperature does not do things to gas.
No, do not do it totally. I thought we
Yes,
just
it is.
agreed on
It
that.
is 100% because you're losing temperature as you go higher in altitude.
Very good. So when the temperature drops here in the desert by 50 degrees at night, the gas pressure is the same as it is at the top of Everest?
No,
Of course not.
why are you always thinking everything has to have a singular cause, Joe?
That's your assumption, not mine.
No, that's what you think. Everything is a singular cause. You do not understand dynamic systems.
Right. You're just mad.
No, I'm not. You really don't understand.
Well, allow me
dynamic
my own opinion and ask me a
Well,
question.
I
Don't
know
tell me
your
what I
opinion.
think.
You
It's rude.
You think gas fall down, go boom. It doesn't, man. It doesn't. That
In a
gas
gaseous-
doesn't have a direction.
In a gaseous
Oricate.
system, there are levels of gradients. But when that gaseous system abuts a vacuum, which says that it's a volume of empty matter, a vacuum has no matter in it.
Privation of matter.
Yes, there has to be a container. There's no little cutoff that says that yeah, the air above this is where it is. There has to be a container.
Just because you say.
What? No,
Well,
just look it up. What
nature
the hell
says.
is a
Dude,
vacuum?
he said so himself.
Nature says
A vacuum is devoid of matter,
of matter.
and so you can have gaseous.
You
air.
cannot be an open.
Wait.
and closed
Is there
system.
air in outer space, guys?
No,
None.
correct.
Of course not. Why would
According to them. According to
Yeah,
them.
that's according. I don't think there is outer space. I think it's something different.
That more proof that there is a gradient. There is air in outer space. It's just so far apart.
No.
Yeah.
How would
No.
you ever measure it?
Oh goodness, I don't know how to measure air down here, man.
Now, the only way they know how to do is take pictures.
Of air.
So
Or
do-
using
wait,
No,
let me
or
just ask you-
stars and sell us what it's
So
made
you
out of.
think? Let me ask you something, Joe. So do you think that the air pressure that we feel is due to a downward acceleration of air? In other words, the weight of the air, or is it due to displacement?
It's probably due to a lot of things. I know you think that I think everything is due to one thing. Probably due to multiple things.
No, it's
Yeah.
if you would have said displacement, you would have been correct. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. Okay. So if I have a barometer, it'll work if I have it setting sideways, right?
Oh,
It'll
I don't
work
know
upside
shit about
down.
barometers. I don't.
It'll work diagonally. I can have a barometer work in any position. It doesn't have to be sitting level in order to work. What is that telling us? That tells us that the reading that it's giving is not due to a weight of air, but due to the displacement of the air.
I don't know how a barometer works, so I couldn't tell you if you're right or wrong.
That's how they work. You can look at this up. Going all the way back to Torricelli. It's quite interesting. Anyway, let me get back to this.
I want to remind everybody, if you're just hanging out for the first time at Modern Day Debate, we are.
Oh,
Do you want to know why I'd rather become a remote online closer instead of starting my own
No.
business? It's because I
I don't care.
Our neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome. We try to welcome everybody here into this space. Yeah, once again, we are going to do a Q&A as per usual at the end of the discussion. So if you have a question, super chats will be read with priority. To understand that we may have limited time as well. So get them in early and they'll be asked early. So open discussion, floor is all yours, guys.
Great.
Yeah. Just what's this nonsense about gas pressure? How are you guys still not getting this? Seriously.
Okay. Can I quickly rebut your openings? Is that fine?
I mean,
we can start at gas pressure because that's the one I really wanted you to talk about. First of all, I'm going to educate you.
You're not. You're going to say things that are
yes, I am.
Well, let's give him at least a minute here to clarify
Right on,
his
shut
response to what he just heard. And then
I will not interrupt anymore. I do apologize. Over to you, Flatzoid.
This is okay. This is going to be easy. Mount Everest, is it part of Earth's mass?
Yes, it is.
So should it attract the gas the same through?
Your boy is
Earth's
an
gas?
idiot.
The attractive force of Mount Everest is slightly more at that point, but the overall mass of Earth is way bigger than Mount Everest.
But you said it's part of Earth's mass, correct?
Yes, but it's the
Okay.
air isn't being attracted by Mount Everest; it's being attracted by the entire mass of Earth.
This
Do
is a
we see
horrible
gas
argument.
attracted to Mount Everest?
There's a pressure gradient at the bottom, so yeah, we do.
No, you don't see gas attracted to Mount Everest.
Well, I just said that we do and told you how we do. You going nuh change that from being a fact.
Okay, you literally just conceded Mount Everest is part of Earth's mass. Then you conceded that the gas is at the bottom, not at the top, correct?
There's gases at the bottom and the top, yeah.
Well, more at the bottom, correct?
Absolutely, yeah, because of the entire mass of Earth is the thing that is mainly attracting the gas, and the mass of Mount Everest compared to the mass of Earth is tiny, 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 tiny. So the influence. I'm in the middle of saying a thing. I do apologize. The amount of attractive force by Mount Everest is tiny, 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 and will not affect the air in the same way that the Earth will, because the Earth's mass is much more, creating a much larger.
Hey, pause.
But Mount Everest is part of the same mass.
Do you agree that your guy here is giving a really insincere argument? I think his argument is that doesn't mass, because it has gravity, attract shit too, like us. We're walking around. Shouldn't air come to us because we have gravity and we're standing on the earth? I think he's giving some weird insincere argument like that.
Not really, because this is a thing that he had postulated, is that there's a slight a gravitational attraction to Mount Everest. He had already postulated that.
Yes, but
so
it would be
Okay.
it would be infinite. It would be so tiny, right?
First
It
off-
would be
first off, you would have to
worthless.
actually prove that hypothesis, which has never really been done.
Well, even without proving, we can know that just because you take a lollipop doesn't mean that things, even by the theory of gravity, are gonna rush to the lollipop, which is his argument. It's a poor argument and makes me think he's insincere.
Well, if that's true, then how would you ever get your supposed results from your Cavendish experiment? The whole thing's sitting right on the Earth, right?
It's different from a lollipop, yeah. The
Yeah,
gravity
but still,
of
there's a
some the
problem
size
there.
of the Earth, the gravity of some the size of a lollipop.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
all made up. This is Dungeons and Dragons shit. Until I've actually can see actual definitive proof of a downward acceleration of air due to gravity or a volume of gas without containment, this whole story goes out the window, because it literally revolves around a ball of gas in a vacuum. It literally does. That's what the whole fucking story goes around. Heliocentric. Somehow a ball of hydrogen formed together. Which
You
is
just
totally
like, that's
different.
crazy talk.
Well,
But it's
it
not.
is
But it's not.
crazy.
But it's not a perfect vacuum though. It's
It
only a
doesn't
partial
matter.
vacuum.
Show me a ball of gas forming together for any reason. It won't. It's
Well, I can't show you that. So yeah, I guess you got me there. You got me there.
Yeah,
'cause I can't
because
show
we
you that,
can't
so
put
I guess
Earth's
you-
gravity in a
I guess you got me
container.
there.
We can't
Gravity,
prove it.
there's no- there because you can't put something that doesn't exist in a container. It's a made up idea.
It's just something you're saying.
I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. It's just something you said.
All
Because
right.
Here's the thing, because
Yeah.
based on that analogy, that would have to give gas a direction. Gas has elastic collisions within its particles. It doesn't have a direction. This is why it dissipates. It won't stay together. It won't coalesce. None of the particles have any of their own gravity to bring them together into a mass, much less one big enough that it's from one of the lightest materials, I might add, hydrogen, into a giant, huge mass that becomes so heavy on itself that it creates its own pressure for some reason and goes into nuclear fusion.
Because
That, my
you
friend,
say
is a fairy
it sounds so fantastical is your argument all the time. It
It's
just
not
sounds
fantastical,
crazy.
It's impossible.
Because
Do
you say it,
understand
and the
that
more
a gas-
emotional
No,
you get,
Joe,
is
do
not proof.
understand that gases will never, ever, 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 ever behave that way.
Because you say.
No, because that's how
The more
nature
you say
works.
it, is there proof coming, or is just
I
you're
don't
gonna
know
keep saying
until you
it's
can
just
show
like
otherwise.
that? I'm
Until
sure it
you
is.
can- Yeah, but Joe, until you can show otherwise definitively, not through some speculation of some shit you looked at through a telescope, until you can definitively prove that this condition can actually exist.
You won't believe
doesn't
it. I'm
work.
okay with that, with you not believing it. I'm
Well,
okay
it's
with
not
that.
about belief.
The only way you're
It's-
going to believe it if someone takes the gravity of Earth and puts it in some small box and shows you an experiment. It cannot happen. You will
Dude.
never change your mind. I'm okay with that.
Dude, already it doesn't work, because you understand that is an impossibility. It is a scientifically
As you
physical
said it, this is your
impossibility.
argument over and over again. Don't you know that's crazy talk? This is your argument over and
No,
over
I
again.
mean, it is literally crazy talk. That would be
Okay.
like believing that your cat could turn into a fucking lizard. That's the same type of craziness thought.
You
And
know
then
what? They
arguing
thought that
it is
about these.
possible. It
You'll
can
be able
happen.
to talk to somebody across long distances. That's crazy talk.
I
People
understand.
thought
And
that
it-
shit
and
too.
it's well understood and provable how it works. Not a problem.
But it
Show
didn't
me-
stop niggas back then
No,
from saying
no,
it's
I'll tell you-
crazy talk like you're doing.
Hey, I'll tell you what, none of it will ever prove that you can have a volume of gas without containment. So
I get it. I get that's your
there you
belief.
go.
We can move
Well,
on.
it's not a belief, it's a reality, bro. Unless you can show or create it, it's not gonna happen. It doesn't happen.
Correct.
And here's the
And let's
thing
put it
is,
this way: in a similar, let's say you got a boat on the ocean. You would say
Mhm.
that boat has a mass,
Correct.
and I go and put containers on that boat. Does it change the overall mass of that boat?
Yes.
So
If
Mount
you're-
Everest.
Well, okay, to be clear, no, the mass of the boat hasn't changed. You've added extra mass onto the boat, creating a sum of total mass of the boat and the container.
Great. But would that boat now, with the sum of total mass, have more attraction because the mass has increased?
More attraction to what?
You say mass attracts mass. So would it have more attraction because there's more mass?
Specifically.
Does the boat with the containers have more mass?
Yes, yes, it does. We went through that.
So will the attraction be greater
The attraction to what?
to the mass, the boat?
What to what mass? You're asking, will the attraction of the boat be greater to the boat? Is
If
that right?
it has a greater mass, will the attraction be greater, Craig?
Will the
The
attraction
gravitational
be greater
attraction
towards
is
what?
what he means.
Can you clarify?
The boat.
Boat, Craig.
Will the boat's attraction towards the boat be greater?
No, well, the
Is that
No,
what
we're
you're
talking
asking?
about gas
attraction to
pressure
it.
here. This is what we're talking about. So will the gas pressure be attracted to the boat because the boat has more mass now?
Each individual molecule of gas will have a slightly stronger attractive force to the overall sum of the boat and the containers than just the boat on its own. However, that force created by the overall sum of forces of the boat and the container is so small as to basically be considered negligible compared to the entire mass
And
of the Earth.
surely he knows
Right.
that.
So
So either
gravity
he's
is null and void.
insincere or he's not smart.
Not at all, no. You've just displayed that you do not understand the Cavendish experiment.
He's
because
not
the
Sorry,
smart.
did you not just say Mount Everest or the boat would have such a minuscule effect that it will be overridden by Earth's gravity?
Just to let you know, Flatsoid, what I'm going to do is every time you interrupt me, I'm going to just stop
Sorry,
talking.
Ryan, can I ask you to moderate?
Well,
And
was
ask him
gonna
to
say,
actually answer my questions when I ask, instead of him trying to say, instead of interrupting me like a little child, just answer the question because he's supposed to be grown up.
well, I was going
The
to say,
question-
at any time you guys can ask me to either go into muted rounds, we can go into a cross examination. Like I said, I don't mind.
I don't need to go into meeting rounds. I'm just explaining what I'm going to do to the audience of Modern Day Debate. Every time Flatsoid interrupts me, I will just stop talking, point out that he's interrupted me, and then once he's finished what he's saying, continue what
If I don't get my way, I'm going to be an irritating little fuck.
I was saying whilst ignoring the interruption, just so everybody is aware. So back to the Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment is set up that the entire apparatus is under the attractive force of the Earth, allowing you to measure the very small attractive force that is sideways compared to the attractive force of Earth pulling the entire apparatus downwards. More than one force can exist at the same time. Again, to be absolutely clear, the entire apparatus of the Cavendish is under.
He just contradicted himself. So if it will pull sideways, then increasing the mass of the boat will draw more air to it. It has to by his.
He said it would. He said it
Yeah.
would. Yeah.
Right.
But
No, he said it
but the downward force is still greater. That's
But see, that's just it. There is
that's
no
I mean that's
downward
one
force.
thing that we have, right? That's like, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you the way you guys think. I used to be a flat earther too, so when you guys argue about stuff, I'm not going to.
Right. Well,
argue
the
with you
thing
about
is,
it.
is
Well,
that in
go
my
back to the
my analogy, my reason I brought up a barometer and why it will work if it's sideways, if it'll work if you have it on the wall, upside down, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay. The reason it works is based on displacement, not due to a downward weight of the air. Okay, so there's no downward force of air. It's the pressure is due to your.
I thought a
displacement.
barometer only measures the pressure, though, not gravity, though.
Well, no, that's just it. It is measuring the pressure. What is the pressure? The pressure is your displacement or the displacement of that medium. That's what's being measured.
Because, like in a car, they would use that kind of thing too to measure the pressure and to make sure that you don't have you need a certain amount of pressure for things to work properly. So they need a barometer in there to measure the pressure.
Well, I'm talking just even in general, when that thing is measuring anything, that basically it's this. If it were a downward pressure, then the barometer would only work if it sat level. Try to weigh yourself on a scale that's sitting on a slant. You're not going to get a good reading, are you? Turn it sideways. Can you weigh yourself on it now? Nope. Sure can't. So if it was a downward force of air that's being measured, it would literally have to be level in order to give a proper reading. But it doesn't, because it's not measuring a downward weight of air. It's measuring the pounds per square inch of displacement of the air. And displacement is that's the pressure. It's not because there's a column of air pushing down on you or any other such nonsense. That's ridiculous. You can't even, there is no downward acceleration of air.
It looks like
goes
guilty.
All directions, and it starts. I have a great demonstration. Let me just show this to you real quick.
Looks like you're guilty of believing only one thing.
No, I can actually show you. This is basically
not multiple things like you accused me of earlier. Only one thing. I believe only one thing. Look like you're saying only one thing exists at a time.
I'm exemplifying.
Meaning, if there was gravity, certainly barometric pressure wouldn't apply. I don't think that's logical.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You totally misunderstood everything that I just said. So right here, I have an opportunity. I can put a heavy gas in here, a denser gas. We'll pump a little bit in here. Okay. And we'll change this so that it reads in kPa. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some of these lighter gas in here. Okay. And you see how they this is of course a demonstration, but do you see how they start dispersing with one another? And watch this pressure gauge. Of course, if I change the volume, what happens? The pressure went up, didn't it? And if I increase the volume, the pressure goes down. Now, what's another way I can increase that pressure? Well, I don't know. Let's see if we can heat it up a little bit. Let's see what happens. We'll take it up to 191 degrees Celsius. Now, do you see a difference in the movements between the heavier particles and the lighter particles? Those are still elastic collisions. They don't have a direction. They only change direction when they interfere with one another or the walls of the containment. Okay. If I remove the containment, you'll see what happens immediately. Watch what happens to that pressure. Oh, it starts going down. It starts going down. The temperature starts going down too. And we see these gases releasing. But you notice that once they get free out here, they just keep going. They just keep going until they hit something else. That's it.
Was there a point behind all that?
Yeah, the point is that you can see that based on the various densities of the various gases that we have, this is being just a demonstration, that heat and of course cold. Watch what happens when I put it to cold.
Come on, we know these things. What was your point?
Well, if you know that, then you understand exactly what I meant when I said we have a fucking temperature gradient, Joe. You would have known.
Be nice. Be nice. Why are you acting weird?
Well, holy shit, Joe.
Because I don't understand something. You get to jump on me and call me names. Clarify yourself.
I'm just saying, holy shit. You remember when I said we have a temperature gradient as well? They go hand in hand.
Yes, I agreed.
This
remember?
Is one of the reasons why.
Do you remember what I said?
Right. And
I said yes.
This is one of the, okay.
Wait. Are you listening to me or are you just talking?
No, we're talking about the gas.
I said, are you listening to me? Are you listening to me?
All right.
I agreed with you. I said that there's temperature change it when things get heat up, they move faster. Why are you acting like I fail to understand?
Well, then you turn around and say gravity affects the direction of gas, which it apparently obviously doesn't. In fact, tell me a gas law that incorporates gravity. Just one gas law. I got a list of them. I got a list. None of them mention
Well,
gravity.
if you believe gas has mass, then gravity would be affect the gas if it has mass.
Well,
yes,
that would
pressure would be
mass
higher,
attracting
low.
mass
If
was
gravity
real.
was a real thing, the pressure would be higher toward the earth and less dense as you go up. If gravity was a real thing. Just
Okay,
saying.
well, here's the problem. If mass does attract mass and air has mass and it's not attracted, then what does that mean?
How do you know it's not attracted?
Because it doesn't. You can see that.
Because you say this is your argument again. Because I say so.
Hold on, wait a minute. What do you mean? Because I say. What did I
This is
tell you?
always your argument. It's just like that, don't you know?
Well, what the fuck? You're like, what do you mean there's air?
I
It's
thought
like,
you were going to give some
holy
proof
shit.
or something, not just be like, because I said so.
Oh my God, Joe. I'm sorry, man. You need to.
He
not
did.
even
He
do
did
it.
give some. He did give some evidence. I'm not
Go
going
ahead.
to deny
Go
the
ahead.
fact that he did. He did provide evidence.
So
I mean,
what I'm trying to get at with you is this, is that gases, especially different ones, behave differently when it comes to pressures. Okay. The sum pressure, just a moment. Remember Dalton's law? Now I've told you Dalton's law 6 times. Do you know what it is?
Blow me. This is not quiz time. You got a statement,
Holy
say
shit.
it.
All right. One more fucking time. Listen carefully. The sum pressure is a result of the combination of all of the unit pressures of the elements involved in the air. Okay. So you have a certain amount of pressure of oxygen, certain amount of nitrogen, certain amount of H2O, a certain amount of all these different gases, right? They all have their different densities. They all behave differently depending on temperature. Okay. When we start to remove some of these elements that aren't being reacted upon as much as the others, or that are being reacted upon more than the others due to temperature, we start to get a decrease in temperature because we've removed some of the elements in that equation for Dalton's law. You
None
understand?
of this would disprove gravity if that's where you're going.
Holy
This
shit,
is the
you haven't
wrong way
proven
there.
fucking gravity in order to give it disproven. This is the problem with you people. You
I
have
thought this
never
was evidence of
proven-
something.
You people have never proven fucking
Are
gravity.
you just telling me how gases work? I thought you were giving me evidence of something. I know how
I
gases
am.
work when things heat,
Well,
they speed
then why
up.
would you think that
How? What
fucking
does this got to
gravity
do with
pulls on?
gravity?
Then why would you think gravity pulls on a gas then if you know how gas behaves?
So you think that these things don't work if you throw gravity in there?
You
These
don't
things cannot
have
work.
any gravity, Joe. It's never been fucking proven. And if a gas,
I'm sorry. Did you answer
gas
my
has a
question? I
mass,
think I
if
don't know.
gas has a mass and it cannot be shown to be attracted to another mass, then mass attracting mass is not true, is it?
I don't know. You ask a lot of questions, but you don't answer many.
You should be able to answer it yourself. You believe that mass attracts mass, right?
I asked you a question. There was one on the table already. I asked you, do you believe these things, the way particles hit each other, speed up, and all of these things, if you throw my theoretical gravity in there, suddenly you think
no,
that,
it wouldn't
that
have
I
an
was
effect.
almost done, that these things would no longer work the way they
It won't
do.
have an effect, Joe, because even assuming your gravity, it
Okay.
has no effect on gas.
Then again, I have no idea what you're trying to prove.
Well, that gravity does not pull on gas. Okay? Which means only one thing, that you're contained. The earth is a closed system. Is it closed or open, Joe? Is the earth a closed or open system? There's
Well,
only
it would
three types
depend
of
on how you
thermodynamic
look at it,
systems.
right?
No, it doesn't depend on it because there are only 3 types of thermodynamic
Because
systems.
you say, go ahead.
No, because science and physical law says there are three types of thermodynamic systems. There's open, closed, and isolated. Is the Earth isolated system, which really doesn't exist, a closed system, or an open system?
I would say again, it depends how you look at it.
Well, if you want to pretend there's space.
And this way, I don't want to pretend nothing. Yes. It is an open system in the way you're phrasing it. In the sense that dude said the universe is a container, then it is an open system. The universe is a
container now. Holy fucking God. Just because dude said that doesn't mean it's even holds any validity. That was the dumbest shit. I was laughing my ass off when he said that.
I love this shit.
The first thing you got to do, Joe, is before you can even have any of that, you have to successfully demonstrate that air does it. Not theoretically, actually physically demonstrate.
You can't demonstrate things to you because your demonstration wants to be a particular thing that cannot be proven. That is your escapism. The only way, hold on, the only way I will believe this thing, if you could put the earth gravity into a basketball, the only way I can prove, I will show this thing, if you can show me the effects of gravity on a feather. You ask for the impossible, and you think that's why you can hold on to your weird beliefs.
What is gravity? What is gravity?
Which way?
Should be a measurable.
Here, I'll answer the question. You asked me a question.
All right.
And I'm going to answer it with the question so you can get it right back.
All right.
Which direction do things fall? Now, when I said that, something should have popped in everybody's head. That direction will always be determined by gravity.
Really? Well, I don't know. I let go of a balloon one time and it fell up. I was underwater one time.
Still all under the.
I was underwater one time.
That just means you don't understand how gravity works.
I let you talk. Yeah. My turn now. Not everything falls down. Okay, there's the answer to your question. Not everything falls down.
No.
Things that are heavier than the
The answer to my question is, you know which way down is.
Yeah, down's that way, up's that
way. When you know which way things fall. There's exceptions and reasons because of buoyancy, heat. All of these things can manipulate and make sure a reed thing go up or down. Still, you know what down is. It is always the same direction. There is gravity. When you say things fall, the reason they don't fall up is because of gravity.
Is it?
Now you know what it is.
Okay, so if I'm underwater and I let go of a basketball, is it going to fall up?
You act like you didn't hear what I just said.
No,
it can be manipulated. Wait. I'll answer. I'm still answering. It can be manipulated by different things, right?
No.
You know it can be. You go to the exception to the rule.
Joe, you just said buoyancy and density. You just proved my point and disproved your own.
If you say buoyancy and density cannot be a thing if there is gravity, is your argument. You seem to think only one thing can exist at a time.
Joe, you don't have gravity.
Where is it? You said it.
Where is it? What is it? Where is it?
Point to down.
Where is it? That's not.
You know gravity. The reason you know down. You know the reason you know things fall down.
Yes,
is because of gravity. How can you deny that? You know things don't fall up.
Prove it.
Prove things fall down.
No, Joe.
I think I could prove that shit easily. Hold on, let me give it a shot.
Okay. Yeah. So
let's see. Maybe it'll fall up this time.
Prove that it was gravity that did that, Joe.
Yeah.
Prove that gravity did that.
Prove that gravity did that?
Yeah.
Which point to you? Point to up.
What is so gravity is a direction?
Point to down. The reason you're trained to believe those things is gravity.
No, gravity's not a direction, Joe.
Here's some of what I want to ask you. We can start arguing about that. Hold on, we can go. We don't have to argue about that. Apparently, I believe it is.
Wait a second. No, you're not understanding.
All right, you're gonna make me believe somehow. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. What you got to understand is this.
Can we change a little bit? I got a question. Can we change topic a little bit?
No, we're not going to.
All right, you got to know.
Go out there. All right.
What?
So You just said that gravity was a direction. All right, that's wrong.
No.
All right, yes, you
said
did, because you pointed
no.
to up and down.
You
Okay,
said
you said gravity was a direction.
no. I said the reason you say it is because of gravity. Quote me correctly.
Okay, so
Yeah.
secondly, it's an observed effect, Joe. You assume that it's caused by gravity. You don't know what gravity is. You've never isolated gravity. You've never proven gravity. You've never modulated gravity. So what gravity? I can modulate the medium and I can totally change the rate of fall. In fact, I can change the
do you
medium
think
where the
you could
object
launch a
actually
satellite
floats.
into space without knowing
Oh my
about
God.
gravity?
So, dude, there's no satellites out in fucking space.
See, nothing is provable to you.
Well, how'd they get out of the
You
container?
have very
Joe?
specific set of rules. I can show you pictures from space, and you would go and say, tell me that's CGI.
Prove that orcs don't exist.
Oh, stop with that weird shit. Can
No,
I
no,
ask
that's
a
the
question?
same
I
thing.
want to
It's the
know
same thing,
if
dude.
the earth is
It's the
flat, what's
same
on the
thing,
other
Joe.
side?
All right, Joe, I'm really getting tired of you because you're making absolutely zero sense.
No, because I don't want to play your monkey games and do what you do. I have my own
Stop
opinion.
saying monkey shit. That's
That
what you've
still
been
don't
saying.
mean
It's
that to
nothing
play
but
your
monkey
fucking games. You
shit,
can't
Joe.
make me.
Joe, you've been saying nothing but nonsense.
I'd like to change the topic. This is you fucking with me.
This is the topic. You dig? This is
Go,
the topic.
yes.
All right, good. Now, if you want to debate me, set it up. And we'll
Oh,
do it
God,
moderated.
no.
No,
God,
no.
no.
We'll do it fucking moderated.
I just
because
said
you
no.
can't
I
do
have
it.
no, God, no, because I know
All
your
right, then
arguments and that
then
weird.
give it up. Then
Yeah.
give it up. Then just give it up. I'm tired
Give
of hearing
what up? I don't know what you want me to give up.
I'm serious. You come in and say gravity, and it's just a fucking word.
And
You
the
don't
reason
even
it
know what it
inflames
is.
you
You
so
don't
much
know what
is
it
why?
means. You have no conceptualization of any of this shit. In
Right.
fact, you still think mass attracts mass when Einstein came along 109 fucking years ago and totally went against mass attracting mass. And now it's the bending and warping of space-time. So you fucking retards don't even know your own goddamn physical law.
If you really believe those things, you wouldn't be so mad. You wouldn't be calling me names if you really believed what
Goddamn,
you
Joe,
think you
I mean,
believe.
you're sitting there going to argue about some fucking shit that you don't even know anything about.
Don't give you right to degrade me and demean me
Well,
and all that
I'm just
crazy
saying, my
shit.
God, you just keep saying the word fucking gravity.
And if I keep doing that, you're gonna become mean
No,
and
it's
evil.
like, what gravity? How is gravity? Show me, give me a demonstration of a downward force of air or a downward acceleration of air or anything to substantiate this nonsense fucking claim of mass of air being attracted by the mass of the earth, or give it up, because that's the only way. It has to be proven. That's it.
Again, it must be proven your way. I don't want to play your game. I don't
Well,
agree with
that
it
means
on
that
its
you don't want it
face.
proven. That means you can't.
That
prove
means
it.
I'm
It's
not
a
desperate to
fairy
prove
tale.
it to you. You're allowed to
Because
hold your
it's a
beliefs
fairy
without me
tale, Joe.
belittling you, but I'm not
Because
allowed to hold
because
mine
it's a
without you
fucking-
belittling me.
Because it's a fairy tale, Joe. It's no different than goddamn Dungeons and Dragons and the +4 swords and fucking all this other dumb shit. There's lots of books on the stuff. There's people that know all the dumb shit. Does it make Dungeons and Dragons real? Fuck no, it doesn't.
You
Why?
don't even
Because it
believe in
incorporates fucking
satellites,
physical
bro.
impossibility. Yes, satellites. Right.
The same downward acceleration due to gravity. That means that we can then measure the attractive force sideways, because everything is being pulled down the same amount. We can then say, oh, well, there's also this measurement sideways. We can measure the attractive force sideways by changing the distance between the masses, which is the IV in the experiment, which will increase or decrease the attractive force between the masses, which is the DV in the experiment. There we go.
We do have to give him a
Okay.
chance to respond to some of that there. So
Okay,
go ahead.
no, it's fine. You brought up a few points there. First of all, you just conceded then you would have a attractive force sideways to Mount Everest, which debunks your claim. Secondly, sorry, an IV for Cavendish. What is the IV supposed to be? The cause is supposed to be gravity. Why are you saying distances between masses? What is gravity? Would you please define for us what gravity is, Craig?
Well, I'll respond to each thing that you've said first, because you said 3 things. The first thing was you said something about the attractive force of Everest. Well, the Everest is not an experiment set up to measure attractive forces. Nobody is denying The mass of Everest will have a very, very, very small attractive force on the things around it. Very, very, very small. Just like in the Cavendish experiment, the attractive force between the two masses is very, 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 very small, which is why the apparatus is so precise and set up in that way. Also why it's very hard to measure it as accurately as we would like. You can't just debunk it by saying, well, the mountain should attract air. It does. We just don't have the apparatus to measure it, but we can measure the attractive force between.
Wait a minute. You can detect a fucking fart on Jupiter, but you can't measure a gravitational attraction to a fucking mountain. Kiss my ass.
The masses in the Cavendish experiment. In an experiment, the IV is something that changes the dV. The dV is the attractive force. The IV is the distance between the masses that changes the attractive force. That matches the predictions of gravity. Now, what was the next thing that you said? Oh, yeah.
So 1,000% logical.
No, it wasn't. Define gravity.
Gravity is an attractive force between masses created by the curvature of space-time.
Nope. Sorry, that's false. Okay. First of all, I'm going to correct you again. Based on you just said that the gas would be attracted to Mount Everest. We just don't have the apparatus to measure it. In other words, you're conceding then it's a belief and you have no empirical evidence for it. So therefore, it's null and void to say you can use Everest as your demonstration. Just like I said, pointing to the sky is not a demonstration.
Another false argument.
Secondly, your IV is supposed to be the cause for the effect observed. You are claiming gravity is the cause for Cavendish, correct?
So he is right. He is right. Why do you think that's wrong, Joe?
Which part? The crazy.
When somebody says to demonstrate, and you bring the very thing in question as your demonstration or point up at the sky, that's not a demonstration. You understand?
No, this is why I said it was insincere. Because to prove something that tiny, you would have to have very precise things. And you could not throw the mountain in there and use it as a variable or anything like that. It is what it is. And
that's how they could measure gravitational waves. They photographed an atom.
They probably didn't do it in the open on the side of Mount Everest, though, right?
They would still be able to prove this nonsense somehow. What do you mean it's not precise enough? They can go from a mountain with a special telescope and detect a fart on fucking Jupiter, right? That's not a problem, right? That's not a problem. We can look at Jupiter and we can tell everything that it's fucking made out of. And
no, but you could certainly tell that with spectrography.
Yeah. But we don't have equipment sense enough for that. We can look over a fucking billion miles at some shit and tell what it's made out of. But we don't have sense.
You can do it here on Earth. I'm telling certain gases burn in different colors under different lights. That's how we know.
You want to know why they don't have sensor enough equipment? Because it's like having a leprechaun detector. Okay. You don't have a leprechaun detector. Okay. You can have one, but it's gonna be real hard to detect any leprechauns. You see. Okay. It's because it doesn't fucking exist. If that were the case, then we would actually feel a downward force of air on us, and we don't.
No, Cavendish measures the gravitational force. It's not the cause for Cavendish.
So Cavendish cannot be used then to claim gravity is the force for the acceleration of masses. Well done. So you have a null and void conceded. You cannot use Cavendish to claim gravity is a force. Congratulations.
I'd just like to point out to the audience what Flatsoid does here. He constantly says that I've conceded when I've done no such thing. What Flatsoid has done is misunderstand things and then claim that I've conceded something that I clearly haven't.
He's not misunderstanding. There's
a hypothesis that mass is attracted to mass. That's what this is. And that means that the hypothesis is that all mass attracts mass.
That's the hypothesis, but so far not proven. Again,
no. Yeah, go ahead.
I point to the downward acceleration of air due to gravity. Okay. Which has not ever been demonstrated.
Okay.
Because it doesn't exist.
All right. The guy here, he is not accepting. Dude is putting forth a theory, a hypothesis here, and dude is not giving its due cause, saying, I propose this. If this were to happen, this would happen. He is not sincerely saying why it wouldn't happen or sincerely trying to consider his hypothesis. He is shifting to something else. He is not being sincere. I'm phrasing that poorly, but he's nefarious. The cat on the right.
Nefarious.
The cat on the right. Yeah.
Okay. Nefarious.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of jump in here and say, hey, Sav, is this your show?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering because it seems like Joe forgets that it is your show.
Oh,
what? I'm not entitled to my opinion. Maybe I misunderstood something.
No, you just overtalk him all the time, and you never let him speak his mind. And what do you have to get out? You have to cut him off every second.
Let me ask you this: do you notice that he does it at least as much to me, and even more? I don't get to finish. Any thoughts?
Because it is his show.
So you do notice that he does it a lot more, right?
No, I don't notice that he does it a lot more. I just notice that he does it every once in a while, but he doesn't do it.
He does it at least as much as me, or you only notice how much I do it. I'm just showing your bias
more
here.
than you do. He
does it.
You do it more than he does.
Okay, well, just keep your eye open for it and see how many thoughts I get to complete. It won't change. We can watch time go progress.
Oh my. Hey, Flatsoid, what's going on? Did you hear that? You're nefarious, my friend.
Morning, guys.
Very good. Please be. Yes.
Joe says that you're nefarious in your tactics.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I've judged you. If you're the cat Flatzoid who was on the vid, yes, I do think that you are not giving him consideration to his arguments at all. I don't think you're giving him proper consideration. And, as I think the respect that I do give Sav, when he gives me a theory, would it work if buoyancy and so on? So I take all those things into consideration and give it due and come down what I think is fair. Because he's a smart dude and he's right about most of the shit. I don't think you're doing that for dude. You're not even considering it through the gate. That's my opinion.
So I'm not considering FTFE's total lack of knowledge on the argument because he's begging the question, affirming the consequent based on something that's not having empirical evidence. Is that what you're saying?
Empirical saying subjective here.
What?
Empirical evidence, he said. Some people might say the Cavendish is an empirical evidence.
Joe, empirical evidence is objective. It's not subjective.
All right, maybe I'm higher. Say again.
That's what it means. That's what
empirical is subjective. Yeah.
No.
What? No.
Yeah, it looks like it is subjective to you guys.
No, remember, it's not opinionated.
Very good. Then we can consider the Cavendish experiment empirical evidence.
No.
What did Cavendish prove?
See, it's subjective. It's subjective, like I said.
Wait a second.
Empirical evidence is subjective.
What did the Cavendish experiment prove?
Oh, I don't know. It was supposed to prove gravity, bro, but it won't prove to everyone.
Okay. Well, wait a second. I'm about to show you from the European Journal of Physics Education, Volume 2, Issue 3, page out of here, that in 2009, give me just a second here and I'll pull this up. All right. Share the screen. All right. So it says here that in 2009 at an international conference on physics education, during his plenary talk, the first author asked the participants to answer the question, what Cavendish did in his celebrated experiment. The options were found the mean density of the Earth, measured the gravitational constant, calculated the mass of the Earth, or all of the above. The most popular answer was B, which was measured the gravitational constant, while the correct answer was A. The correct answer A was not chosen by anyone. That was found the mean density of the Earth. That situation at first sight might appear very strange because the essence of the Cavendish experiment was described widely and well enough in popular books with most important writings from physics history. And it gives the references to these. And then it says, namely, according to these publications, historical facts about the experiment of Cavendish are: Cavendish did not determine the mean density of the Earth. Cavendish did not determine the gravitational constant, and Cavendish did not calculate the mass of the Earth.
So
I remember when I gave that to Max. I still didn't get a reply from him with that.
yeah, I'm guarantee you, I don't even have to Google it. I can show you a million articles that say the opposite. All right.
Oh, okay.
Well, can we ask you what is scientific about Cavendish? How's that?
No, because I'm really high. I could barely read that shit. Normally, I'm pretty familiar with this shit, but I gotta tell you, my mind is not grasping a lot right now. That's some really good shit, and some 28, 29%, and I'm blowed as fuck.
Yeah, that doesn't sound
But
bad.
what's on the other side of the Earth is what I want to know. If it's flat, what's on the other side? When whatever you guys think the sun is, when it goes around and disappear. Oh, you guys isn't. What's on the other side of the Earth? One thing at a time. What's on the other side of the bottom of the Earth?
Why are you changing the subject? And there is no other side of the Earth. That's you straw manning.
What's under my feet?
Yeah, the ground.
And underneath that, what happens? At
You
some
making
point, it's a
claims
flat
straw man.
surface.
No, now I understand why you have such a misunderstanding and think Cavendish is
Okay,
an
well,
experiment.
you just don't put me
Listen.
down, please. There's an opportunity to explain.
I'm
I'm asking a
explaining to
direct
you.
question.
I'm
What's
explaining to you.
the bottom of the Earth look like? Is it like a plate, a
ground.
dish, a piece of wood?
No, there's no
Well, we don't.
disc.
How
We don't
would
know
anybody
everything.
know
We're
that,
just
though?
people, man. Like
How
you,
the
trying
fuck
to
would
watch-
anybody know that? How would anybody know
I
that?
gotta get cursed at and yelled at. You guys make it dangerous
just
to ask a
asking you, how
question.
is it-
There's no sincerity here.
Are you gonna whine or are you gonna answer?
I don't know.
saying,
I'm just
how
doing
would
this in the
anyone
hopes
know
that I'll get a direct answer in the
How
future.
would
I'm just hoping
anyone
it's
know
effective.
that? Joe, how would anyone know that?
I'm high. What was my question again?
How would anyone have?
Oh,
any
what's on the
idea?
other side? Oh,
Yeah, how
well,
would
you
anyone
perhaps
know?
you don't know. Very good. I'm asking for a theory. I'm okay with a theory. You don't have to know. What do you think?
I haven't the slightest clue.
No one's thought about it. Again, insincere.
How
Why
is
would
not
I?
thinking about something being insincere?
5 people should have
That's a
answers
load
to
of
what they at
garbage.
least think it is. No one's chiming
wait, Joe,
up.
Joe,
Yeah,
I'm a
anybody.
Glover too. I'm a Glover too. Joe.
Okay, okay.
I mean,
I
what
think-
I mean, what you want me to say that there's a molten core in the middle of Earth? Yeah, I'll say it. Right?
My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
All
real
right, man.
crazy.
I'm not a flat earther too.
Is that
but
molten
I
core
can
Alright,
pretend
I
like
hear
I
you,
am.
pal.
Magnetic
I hear
field?
you, pal.
I can
Is
pretend
that
I am.
molten
Joe.
core what causes the magnetic field on the Earth?
Say again?
Is the molten core what caused the magnetic field on the Earth?
You know, I couldn't know that for sure. As Saab pointed out, I could never know these things for sure, but that would be
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Okay.
But I
wondering how
don't understand
molten-
why you're trying to check straw mans though.
That's pretty much what the globe has.
If they say they don't know, then that's fair enough. Like I take that as like you don't know certain things you don't know too, Joe. So it's fair enough.
No,
So,
Saab said that. The
I
other
said that
guys
too.
didn't know. I wonder if they believe the same thing. And I agree with that you don't know, but everybody would have to have a theory. They think about this so much. They'd have to have a
I've
good
got
model
a
in their
theory,
head.
Joe.
And to
I've
say
got a
that they
theory.
just left a black part out
Joe.
of their beliefs, it doesn't seem that all of them could have it at the same time. It's not
All right.
logical.
Well, here's what I do know. Okay. I know that we seem to be enclosed above and below because we've only ever been able to, as mankind, the deepest hole ever done, I believe, is 7.9 miles deep. The Great Bore Hole in Russia. They
Yeah.
came to a level that they couldn't even penetrate. They couldn't go any further. That was it.
Well, couldn't they go further? Tell the whole story.
They couldn't get through.
No, that is not what happened. Stop it.
That
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, it is.
It is
They
not.
had no.
Yes,
The
it is.
equipment can't get further because it gets too hot. It gets too brittle.
Exactly.
And
The
they get
equipment
to
overheated. Let's
impenetrable-
not make people
They get
think
to
some impenetrable
layer.
wall
Why didn't
was
you
up.
start? Why can't I finish talking? You're doing a Craig, yeah, man. Come on.
I don't know who Craig is.
FTFE. He's doing
That's
exactly what FTFE does. It doesn't let a person talk and wants to tell them how dishonest they are.
Wine. That's what when I tell you guys that, you say wine.
Please show
So,
some respect.
Go ahead.
Come on. So again, they couldn't get past an impenetrable barrier because everything we have with our current technology can't get further. Even when they tried using waves, PNS waves, they couldn't even deduce properly, accurately how far they got, what was actually under the ground, because everything was wrong. That means the predictions they made were false.
You didn't say nothing about the thing heating up. You said
Oh,
impenetrable
I'm going to
barrier.
address that.
See that now? No one's jumping on him for interrupting me. You didn't say nothing about the rods heating up, and that's why they couldn't get through. You simply stated it because it was and again I'm interrupted. It was an impenetrable barrier, and therefore that means that it couldn't get through. You left the part out about the things melting because of the heat.
Clean your ears. I did say heat it up before you interrupted me the first time. Pay
No,
attention.
you didn't. I listened to the whole thing.
He's live.
Yes,
This
you
is
did.
No, he said
Yeah,
he was
he
going to
did.
clarify.
Oh my
His
fucking God,
clarification
Joe.
did not contain
Jesus
heat.
Christ. All right, take a bong rip and listen to mine.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
done with that.
How much? How much?
Yeah,
do
take
you
a rip, Joe.
have-
Stuff a little bit
do you
longer. and
have
let your
any
brain cells
experience?
grow back.
Say again, somebody.
Do you have any experience with tools, primarily drills and things like that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Now
happens-
you're being sincere. I love it.
All right. So what happens with the drill bit after you've been using it for a long time? What happens to it? Especially the harder the material you're trying to drill through. What happens to that drill bit?
Well, if it's over a longer time, it dulls, but on the mediator, it heats up.
It heats up. That's correct. And if you're
Yes.
continuously running that drill against something, trying to penetrate it, the harder it is, the longer you have to have that drill against it, don't you? Yes. So
Wait.
the
Okay.
longer
Wait,
you
wait,
have
wait.
the drill,
Go
just
ahead.
a moment, the
Yeah.
longer you have the drill against the material, the
Yeah.
more it's going to increase in heat, right? It doesn't
Agreed.
mean, it doesn't mean that it went down and hit lava. That's why it
I'm not saying it did. I'm not saying it did, but it also doesn't mean it hit an impenetrable barrier. Does
Did they
it? Which is
penetrate
what
it?
I'm sorry, which is the
If it-
conclusion you guys are jumping through. Penetrable barrier is what caused the heat. Could have been another factor, is
Joe?
all I'm saying.
Joe, if something can't be penetrated, then it's what? Impenetrable.
Agreed, but just because
right,
them
well,
heats
there we
up,
go.
I can heat a
Woo-hoo.
screw up in wood. Don't make it impenetrable,
Okay,
but it
well,
still
yeah,
heats
you
up,
can't
right?
Get through it. It is impenetrable at that point, right there.
I can get through the wood, but the thing still heats up. Therefore, it is not the impenetrability, the impenetrativeness, see I'm high, of the penetrativeness of the thing that
Then why couldn't
made
they
it
get a bit?
heat
Then why
up.
couldn't they get a bit?
You
to go
can't
through
draw
it?
that conclusion. I think
Then
you
why
guys are
couldn't they
smart
get
enough
a
to know
bit
that.
go through it? Why
Okay,
couldn't they find a bit to go through it?
yeah, it's not hard to understand. What we got with current technology cannot get deeper, so therefore impenetrable. Get it?
Yeah,
See,
with the
that's
current
why I
technology
think
we
you
have,
were
yeah.
intentionally trying
Fair
to
enough.
make people believe that there was a piece of steel or something that just can't get through.
I didn't say
think you
steel,
were
so you literally making
intentionally
shit up on my
or
behalf again.
something.
Thanks.
I didn't say you said steel. Stop it. Or steel or something that people couldn't get through. I think you were trying to paint that image, and now you're backing off
How
of
do
it
you
if you
know
were.
it's not, Joe?
See, he thinks it.
Why did they stop? Why did they stop? Why did they just keep going?
I thought we just determined it was because the blades were the shit kept getting too hot.
It's all right.
thought-
Put on more blades.
Put
and
on
do
a
it
new
over.
one.
Keep
Why
going.
didn't they keep going and put it on a new one? Because they did. They put on
Yes.
a new
Develop.
tip, and it
Yes.
and
Yeah.
it couldn't penetrate it. So therefore, it's impenetrable.
Yeah,
notice,
don't mean it's
guys,
With the current
guys,
technology,
notice since I've got on, all I've had from him is overtalk me, disrespect me, try and tell
I'm
me
sorry
what
you feel
what I've
sensitive. I'm
divined.
sorry.
yeah, make shit up on my behalf and totally
Yeah.
show he doesn't even understand
Yeah.
how things get hot because of friction.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. It gets hot because of the friction. The reason it got hot and gained that friction was because there was absolutely no penetration.
I would agree it's friction. I wouldn't make the leap to
I would
penetration.
say
I'm
that
sorry.
being the fact that that's the deepest we've ever been able to drill anywhere, that for someone to say that they know what is beyond that is
I wasn't
full of
making
shit.
that assumption. Yeah, I would agree.
No,
Don't
they're
nobody
full of
know what's
shit.
beyond that.
That's
but it
right. That's
doesn't mean
right.
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it is either, Joe. A jawbreaker or a fucking gobstopper earth with a molten core. I don't
Yes.
know about you, but I know that the inside of something being hot will make the outside of something fucking really hot. And
Pretty
here we
much.
got amicable temperatures and shit, but then just below us is like this fiery bullshit. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. Anyway, let's get on with this. You're kind of derailing shit, Joe.
Oh, yeah, my fault.
So the measurement is the prediction that there will be an attractive force that's proportional to the product of two or more masses that inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. That's a prediction. How do we test that prediction? We create an experiment to test if there is that attractive force at the ratios that I just said. We set up the Cavendish experiment because the Cavendish experiment is able to test if there is an attractive force between masses, which is a prediction, which is, as Feynman said, the computation of the assumption. That is the prediction that Cavendish will do this thing if our claim about gravity is correct. Cavendish is just the verification of an assumption and a prediction. It's the experiment for that. And I can absolutely use the base and summit of Mount Everest. Let's remove Mount Everest from it because I was just using that as an example of elevation. Let's just go anywhere on Earth. At the sea level, it's 14.7 psi. As you raise
Sorry,
up,
I have to stop him. He's obfuscating from the point. No, he's trying to run away.
Well, let's give him 10 seconds. We'll hand it back to you.
just like to point out to everyone where Flatzoid interrupted me there as I was in the middle of saying something.
Yeah, because you're obfuscating. I had to stop you from
Give
obfuscating.
him his 10 seconds and then you can respond.
Everybody in my chat could just write fine, keep pointing out. So yeah, the atmospheric pressure gradient is my example of gas pressure without a containment, because everywhere on Earth the gradient is such that there is no container between each layer of the atmosphere at a different pressure gradient.
All right, we'll let you respond there, Flatzoid.
Yeah,
awesome. Okay, like I said, I had to educate you on this. First of all, no one says there's containment between the gradients. The gradient is in the same system. The universe is a hypothetical, isolated system known as the boundary. There is no such thing as an actual isolated system. It's a hypothetical, so therefore given to the universe. Now, Earth is considered an open system. This open system would be acquainted to an open fish tank, inside another vacuum chamber. If that fish tank was opened to gas and you had a vacuum chamber around it, which would be the isolated universe, the gas inside that fish tank will disperse into the available volume. This is called entropy. Why is it that your gravity that is not seen as a force for 109 years, which is just an optical effect, by the way, based in fourth dimension mathematics, is not actually observable in reality?
Boom.
Boom my ass. He went a long way to change the fucking subject is all I saw.
No.
Same subject.
I think that was very concise.
Yeah.
Sure was.
Craig was the one that was trying to change the subject. That's why we had to get back on the subject. That's his tactic.
Well, Craig, I guess that's the guy on the
it's
left.
just like you do. It's like what you do, Joe.
Yes, here come the go.
No, it's what you do. Like he'll sit there and ask about something, and right in the middle of explaining it to you, you'll go to, well, what's underneath the earth? Or something totally
I get the
unrelated.
same shit out of you, so I'm not sure. If you correct yours, I swear to under everything, I will correct mine.
Yeah, but no, I don't agree with you there, Cole. We didn't change the subject at all. You did, and we told you why you're strawmanning us. No one's made that claim. So then we went on a whole big tangent trying to explain to you friction makes it impenetrable. But yeah, like I say, the reason I even had to stop him and say, listen, yeah, you are obfuscating. Now he saw that as me interrupting, just because I had to tell the guy, listen, yeah, he's changing the subject. And that's unfortunately what the Globies do. They always like to play victim and obfuscate because they can't address a point.
I try to get jumped by your buddies, man. I would agree it was friction. So there you go. We could have got there fast.
All right.
All right. I think you ceded the floor
It
there.
is observable. It is observable in reality. We can measure it in reality. The pressure gradient is, let's be clear, a prediction of gravity, right? And here's the thing, right? You ask for a container. The universe is the container, right? You can say it's hypothetical as you like, but so is your magic dome. So, Ryan, can I just, a screen share for a second?
We're not talking about a dome, guys.
The universe
That
is a
was
container.
dope. That was dope.
I mean, I'm like, are you shitting me? The universe is a container now?
I
And it
didn't
goes
think
right
about this. Where's your fucking dome? That's
You
just
did-
as
nobody
crazy
said
as the
anything.
universe
Wait,
theory.
Joe, nobody said anything about a dome, did they?
Oh, I thought you said it has to be a container of some type of
It
dome
does have
over
to be
us.
contained. It does have to be contained.
Oh, well, what contains it? Then enlighten me to what you guys, what you think.
So I'm
You
gonna,
just-
I'm gonna just give you a really cool example. All right.
Yeah.
You're sitting down to dinner and you have a beautiful T-bone steak in front of you, right?
Yeah.
100% grade A American grass-fed beef, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you need to see the cow in order to know that that came from a cow?
No. I
Oh,
understand.
So you know that because there is a steak in front of you, that there had to be a cow involved, right?
I understand. So
All
where
right.
you're going
So,
with this
in
is,
order for there to be gas pressure, there must be containment.
and my question
containment-
is, I assumed, maybe this was just an assumption, that most flat earthers believe, therefore it must be a dome, I assumed solid or semi-solid structure. Am I correct in that assumption?
No, that is you.
Physical barrier.
You see, yeah, you see
Physical
the whole thing
barrier?
is,
Hold on, go ahead, Flatsoy.
you see, this is the whole thing. This is why I make people like Craig define words. This is where I would tell you, okay, define containment, please. And then I'm going to have to show you on how you are trying to, once again, to do a total red herring and straw man everything, because that's not
I
the
get
argument.
it.
The argument
I
is not
get
what
it.
the containment is. The argument is it is contained. You understand?
It is. Wait. I can bring up what I want. Doesn't make it a straw man. I'm trying to learn something here. I don't have to adhere to whatever it is you think I'd have to adhere to. I would like to know your model so I know what I'm arguing against. I'm not trying to be nefarious or insidious. I'm asking very simple questions. You ask me a lot. What is the sun? What is gravity? I put forth to you. Someone tell me, what is the sun?
Okay, again,
And I'm not a
obfuscating, changing the
straw
question.
man.
Once
What
again,
is the sun?
you are once again obfuscating
Yes.
the argument.
My shit don't get
Again, the
answered. It must do it
argument
your
was
stringent
presented-
way.
Listen. The argument was presented by Craig as dome. We never claimed dome. We said containment, which is based on reality.
You see
Okay?
how logical it is for a motherfucker to be then like, what is at the edge of the container? And when I asked, you jumped me. It's a logical leap.
It's not.
What is it? You still haven't
Hold on.
told me. Oh, you told me I straw man you to death. What's up there as a container? Tell me. Instead of
does-
telling me that's the
hold on.
wrong question I
Why
asked.
is that
Answer
necessary?
it.
No,
Can we
Joe.
freely go there?
Here's the thing. It's
one's
not
gonna
really
answer it. Watch.
it's not necessary to the argument, Joe.
My
at all.
question is not important, but you want me to answer yours?
Joe.
Answer my question. One.
Joe.
You brought it up to obfuscate the actual argument
Oh,
made.
forget
So
you
are
hit
the
into
one
my
that's
head as to
wrong.
why I
never
did it.
made a
Why do I
claim
gotta
on
answer
what it
your
is.
questions and you get to tell me mine
This
are
is dishonest.
irrelevant?
You're doing exactly that, Craig. You're being dishonest.
Yes,
mate.
answer one
No one
question
made-
then.
listen.
What is it?
Listen.
You got a million for
make
me,
po-
I guarantee you.
Can you stop over talking me? You make positive claims. It's your burden. Stop reversing it onto us. That is your problem, not our problem.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. It ain't got to be a problem. I'm okay with it.
So, and what it is, the issue is not what it is made of. The bottom line is this. Okay, just like the steak.
Is it a secret?
How? No, Joe, because if I
Tell me it will
claim-
take you out 2 seconds. You guys are just being cruel.
No, we're not being cruel at all. Now, I've never been above 40,000 feet. That's the highest I've ever been. So it's obviously higher than that. So that's as far as your location. That's as much as I know about the
40,000
location. of
feet.
it.
Okay.
Okay. Now that's as much as I know about the
That's
location.
honest. I
That
dig
it
it.
is somewhere above that. Now, what its composition is,
Very good.
I've never been able to check that out myself. So I do
What
not know.
assumptions do you come to?
I don't
What do you
make
think?
assumptions. I don't make assumptions.
Anybody else made
And
assumptions
I'll
as
tell
to
you
what
why.
they think
I'm
it's
gonna
made
tell you
of?
why. I'm going to tell you why, because this is what you dishonest shits do every time.
Be the
right?
fuck nice, nigga.
So what you do is this, and this is Craig does the same thing. You're going to paint me into saying, well, my theory is this, that, and the other. And then you're going, ha, 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 that motherfucker think this, that, and the other. Ha, 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 did you hear that? So I'm not making any claims. Flat Earth is not a claim. It's an
It's
observation.
very easy when you
Here's
don't
what a
have to make
claim
any
sounds
claims.
like.
You don't have to
Here's
defend
what a
anything.
claim
Very
sounds
convenient.
Here's what a claim sounds like, Joe. The Earth is a globe that is 24,000 plus miles in circumference, and it has a specific rotation of such and such, in a specific orbit of such and such, and it hangs from a burning ball of gas that is a specific distance and a specific size. Those are fucking claims. When I get up out of the bed and I'm not rolling around anywhere or feeling any goddamn movement, that's an observation. When I see water setting level, that's an observation. When my vestibular system tells me when something's canted or when it's not, that's an observation. Your claims go against visible and reality and my observations. Therefore, your claim must be proven. Don't be shifting the burden of proof over onto me with that.
No,
shit.
I would assume even in your system, it is the same exact thing. You make a claim of containment. You can't take a picture of it and show me definitely, but you have a theory. You just told me you don't even know what it's made of.
Wait, Joe,
You have beliefs,
Joe,
same way I do.
Joe, knowing that a volume of gas, in order to be in a volume, must be contained. This can only conclude that there is containment. Just
Very
like
good.
I have a T-bone steak in front of me, therefore I
Yeah,
know
there
a
must be
cow
a
was
cow.
involved. It's
I-
the same
I agree.
thing.
I've
ahead,
got another
somebody.
analogy we can do.
Yeah.
If you get let's say you find a burnt piece of steak on the ground.
Yeah.
Now it's like sharded like hectic.
Let's say
Do
again.
you-
It's what?
Let's say we found a burnt piece of meat on the ground. It's sharded, crazy burnt. But you
Okay.
don't see any sign of a fire or anything around it.
Very
Would you
good.
conclude to get it burnt it needed heat energy?
I would. Yeah.
Okay. Now tell me, what caused the burning of that meat, please?
What caused it? I couldn't tell you that, man. I could come with some theories,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
But you know it had to take some heat source in order to get it in that condition, right?
That's how I feel about gravity. You know that, right? I know there are enough things. I can't prove it. I know there are enough things happening where I know it must be there. It must be a cow there. That's how I feel about gravity.
Okay. But you've never seen gravity. Nobody's ever shown you gravity.
Of
Nobody.
course.
They've just given you
Yes.
an observed effect and told you that's
I would
caused
agree.
by gravity. And that's
In
all
fact,
it
I
took.
would
That's all it
even
took.
I would even give you more. I believe that it does not necessarily have to be that. I don't see why it can't be some force from above pushing down. That could have its own set of scientific rules and still be possible too. I believe it's just a theory.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you know gravity's still a theory, right?
Yes,
And not
There you
even a
go.
scientific one.
I would disagree with that.
Pardon
It's
me?
colloquial theory. It's
It's
not
considered a
scientific.
scientific theory, but I mean,
Still
Yeah.
a theory.
that's. I mean,
Not-
I,
not-
I, it doesn't. I that's all I know. I mean,
It's
I
not
can't.
Yeah,
the
but
law
that's-
of gravity. It's the theory of gravity. There you go.
Yeah,
Anything
can
in the
anybody
law,
give us
it
the
cannot
science?
be changed or broken.
It seems
Therefore,
to me,
gravity is not real.
It seems
Yeah,
to me that if you can do that with the word theory, okay, and treat it as truth, all you have to do is
Yeah.
put the word scientific in front of it, right?
Yeah.
Because the
yeah.
theory is not it doesn't mean that it's true. But if you put
I would agree.
scientific in front of it, it must mean that you can.
It
treat
changes it
as true.
somehow.
So,
It's
yeah,
still a
so I
theory.
figure
Yeah.
all I have to do is say scientific bullshit, and you have to believe my bullshit now because I
Very
put
good.
scientific
Very
in
good.
front of it. You see,
It goes back to the
Very good.
empirical evidence. It requires empirical evidence in order to be a scientific theory.
I'm a skeptic of everything. I'm not so sure that anything is 1,000%. It looks like something can come in and change any belief that I have. I don't go with I'm 100% sure why anything is anything. I'm not sure I'm even talking to you. This could be some type of video game, right? I'm not sure of any fucking thing. I'll leave room for that.
Wow.
You might have to lay off the smoke, mate.
Anyway,
I'm
let's
just
go.
a small human being. I don't know big things like this,
You're
man.
more
I'm just
than
doing
that.
the best I can.
Yeah, but Joe, that's what they want you to think. I'm just a small human being. I'm nothing. This, that, and the other. That's what this whole thing's designed for. You're not. You're way more than that, bro. And that's why they don't want you to know. That's one of the biggest things right there that they don't want you to know is that you are created. You are special. You do have, you're right at the center of the fucking universe, man. You were
I
put
dig
here
it.
with purpose.
I dig it. I'm not disputing any of
Don't
that.
ever sell yourself small, man. That's
Why am I?
fucked up.
Why am I?
Can't do
That's
it.
the goal of the enemy, man, to make you feel small.
Yep.
That's what it is.
I would agree. It sounds logical to me.
Anybody who believes in a globe, that's his success.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, little tiny ball, little tiny speck of nothing flying through an infinite void around a star that's so small that
You
no
don't
one
believe
would
that's
even
real?
notice it. And you just happened because of some random explosion that happened in 15 trillion years ago because we counted the rings of the universe. And we know that means that now we're some monkey jacked off in a swamp and we became a fucking man and all this other dumb nonsense. It makes as much sense as a tornado whipping through a junkyard and restoring a 57
I'm a
Chevy.
lot crazier than I probably shouldn't even open my mouth to say this shit, but I'm a lot crazier than that. I also give consideration to different theories, like different string theories, M theory, membrane theory, which could explain some of the big bangs or the lack thereof. I believe a lot of things are fucking possible. Right. There's a good theory. There's a couple of them actually, string theories. It was made. If you guys probably don't believe this nonsense, but if you there's a difference between conventional physics and quantum physics. The laws change. So everybody wants to find some piece of paper that shows the connection, and so people come up with these theories. String theories are a lot of different of them, and they're interesting. That has gravity, because gravity, considering the size of the Earth, you could consider weak. Right? You can jump, bird, and fly. It's kind of weak considering how big it is.
Joe, you got to realize that all that is based off of the assumption that this theory is true. So basically, most of that nonsense is born out of a little Adderall bottle or some other kind of pharmaceutical because it doesn't exist
like
in
weed?
reality. No, for real. I mean, you gotta really buy into this fucking whole gravity bullshit to even start getting into that nonsense. The idea of atoms
But I mean, string theory has shown your cosmological worldview to be way out exponentially. So you can't even actually bring it up because first of all, not anything to support string theory, as it is only conceptually based, and it brings out more holes in your belief system. Even quantum mechanics at the moment is breaking down Einsteinian gravity. So your guys' model is
you guys don't
centering around
believe
eyes,
in
mate.
like multiple universes or dimensions or whatever it's called, and splitting dimensions in the universe. You don't even consider no consideration.
Okay, multiple universes. There's no actual evidence for it, and even the multiple universe.
Maybe it's
has
dimensions. Maybe
great
I'm using the wrong word.
foundations because of the complexity of fine tuning means that God had to create it. So if you're going to be an atheist trying to push multiple universe theory, you have a problem.
I'm not an atheist, but anyway.
Yeah, but I'm not saying you are though. Just
Oh, okay.
pointing it out.
Yeah.
I just wanted to pull this up for
I'm
Sean.
really high. You might have to read
Okay,
it.
so Sean Hawkins, read that very carefully because this comes from the European Journal of Physics Education, Volume 2, Issue 3 from 2011. And I want you to read very carefully these 3 lines right here. Did not determine the mean density of the Earth, did not determine the gravitational constant, did not calculate the mass of the Earth. Eat it, Sean Hawkins.
And
Okay?
it's historical facts. Just point that
Yep.
out. It says historical facts.
Yep.
Mic
It's all
drop.
the citations are right there.
Nah, really, you got to ignore a lot of shit, though. You have to ignore that when the guy put the experiment together, he said, if there's gravity, these things would occur.
Excuses?
And,
No, that's
and
not
they
true.
did. The same way with the guy who measured the 2 sticks with the shadow. He had an idea, a thought, and said, if this thing was a ball, these things would occur. And they got
Went into it
close
with
so
already with-
often.
Still work with a local sun.
How do you explain that?
Still work with a local sun on a flat topographical plane. So,
Yep,
sorry.
and a divergent sun. Remember, the light from the sun is divergent, not parallel. He had to assume, first of all, that it was a globe. He also had to assume that the sun was far away, had to assume the light rays were coming in parallel, and all those things were assumed based on non-reality.
But his
And if you give
numbers
the same results
were right.
Oh my goodness.
With all those assumptions, the numbers were right. Interesting. And,
And
they're
those-
repeatable.
Yeah.
What does
on
that
the flat
tell
Earth
us?
too, with the divergent sun rays.
What?
Those are repeatable on flat Earth too with divergent sun rays.
So you're telling me on a flat Earth and a round Earth, you to get the same results?
Yes.
So now you're
Because
assuming
he
the
had to
location
assume-
of
he
the
had to assume
sun.
that he had to assume
The sun is closer and smaller.
Yeah, we both are
Right.
assuming the location of the sun. Then mine as the assumption is inherent that it's far, and in yours the assumption is that it's pretty close.
That's
No.
why it shouldn't be used as proof of anything. It's inconclusive. Okay, so
I mean,
I
that's
want
with theorizing here. I'm
I
okay
want
with that.
everybody to, from now on, just shut the fuck up about Eratosthenes, the made-up Rockefeller
I
textbook
bet
guy.
you do.
And his,
Make
no,
your life
no,
easier.
because as I stated, Joe, it's inconclusive. It doesn't
My
mean
ass has been
anything.
repeated a million times.
I can recreate it on my fucking table, and it
Well-
doesn't mean my table's a ball. So
Well-
I'm sorry, it's
I
inconclusive.
don't believe science if that's your argument.
That's not
So-
science because it went
so-
into with the pre-assumption that the Earth was spherical.
But it
And with
worked.
an
I saw a dude
assumption-
do it on a bicycle
with
the other.
Joe-
I'm sorry, I'm
Joe.
interrupting. My apologies.
and the assumption that the sun was far away, and the assumption that there were parallel sun rays. Okay, none of which has ever been observed ever. This guy never existed. No one ever talked about him. None of his contemporaries mentioned him. He was made up and inserted into Rockefeller textbooks in the mid 20th century in order to fascinate school children. And unfortunately, most school children never fucking grow up.
You're
And they'll
aware that
believe
other
it.
people famously repeated this throughout history. You're aware of that,
As
right? So
I
you can
said,
discredit
though,
him. Does
as
everybody
I
else?
said-
After
as I said-
1927.
Yeah.
My
Can I-
ass. I'm talking about Socrates days and shit like that.
Yeah,
Can I-
Socrates was a homo that hung out in a fucking.
Here we go.
bathhouse.
Just discredit the guy.
No,
That's
no,
what we do.
And
here.
I'm about
Can I
to
ask
tell you
Paul a
that the
question?
consensus, just because a couple of guys in a bathhouse talking about balls in ancient Greece, most people thought those guys needed to get a job.
How they get it right though?
They
Okay.
didn't.
Can I ask Joe? a
It's the
question?
same numbers now. Close.
Same as the fucking perception of the human eye. It's exact.
It's not the best proof we got, Joe.
But
Like,
no,
it
no,
can work
I
on a
agree.
flat Earth.
But they
It can work
so
on a flat
many
Earth.
add up that you have to
It
be
can,
in
wait,
dissonance.
Joe,
Yeah.
Joe, it can work on a flat Earth though. So
I
that's
was
why it's not the
wondering
best
if it
proof.
could, but if that comes
That's why
into
it's
the
not the best
assumption
proof,
that the no, I think it's a great one because that brings into line that their light source is close. But
Well,
if
how
I
do you know-
examine
Okay,
that, they're
okay, Cole.
unwilling to examine that. But I
Okay,
can
Cole,
assume that from what they're saying.
Okay,
Well, yes,
Cole, I'm
we-
gonna
but we
ask
haven't
you-
gone
all
that
the
far.
time, Joe. We examine
Okay.
it all the time. I call bullshit on your 93 million miles every day of the week.
Yes,
Okay,
I
Cole.
put my theory up there and all of that shit. But you're kind of vague in yours. Even if I ask you, is there the assumption that the light source is close? You shut me down. We can't examine your theories. You go into no one's been there. You don't really back up any of them.
I want to give you the history. I'm going to give you the history all
Yeah.
the way back. Okay.
A flat earth, I hope. Tell me your position.
The sun's calculation. Okay.
Are you okay?
Are you ready for this?
I guess.
All right. So the very first calculation was 3 million miles. 3.
Oh my God. People got it
Yeah.
wrong. This is a silly argument.
Yeah. Because it's so easy to figure out, Joe.
Yes, you're going to point to some people who got it wrong, and that will prove what? Nothing. It's a difficult thing.
Joe,
I'd expect there to be wrong answers.
Joe,
Here comes proof of nothing.
Just like Craig, you can't let me
Stop
finish
comparing me to Craig. It's rude. Yeah.
Well, then quit
I don't even
acting
know that
like
nigga.
him.
Stop acting like him.
I don't even know him. I'm being
Well,
me.
you're acting like him.
If you
so
if
stop
two
acting
people
that
can
way.
be mean, right? I could be mean. I'm trying to be civil.
No, you're
Okay.
not. You
Okay,
keep
Cole.
interrupting.
Cole's making us obfuscate again. I want to ask you, Cole, when you look at the sun, which way do the light rays go?
That was for you, Joe.
Well, when I look at the sun from here, they go in all ways. First of all, they go in all directions. So
All right, there
parallel.
you go.
Great. No, that's
So-
divergent. That's not parallel.
That's not parallel.
So parallel will work at this distance.
No, you see the issue here. You're going against what's observed reality and then claiming
just-
what you are working out calculation
Yeah.
is true. That's called dishonesty.
Let's see. All you do is make accusations. You're weird, right? I could do the
Joe,
same.
I'm not weird.
Right? You guys would jump down my throat if I
Wait,
called
Joe.
you out for all the stuff that you do.
Hold on. Joe, you contradicted
Stop
yourself.
it. That doesn't mean that you get to fucking call me names. Why do I got to keep
I
repeating
didn't call you
that?
names. I said that's dishonest. I didn't
It's
call
Right.
you names.
All right.
I said
All right.
that's
Okay.
dishonest.
All right. I can live with that. All right.
Yeah,
I
because the
forgot
reason
what I
I
was
say
going to
that's
say.
dishonest
Yeah.
is because you make an observation and you go against the observation
There
to
you go.
appease your own belief system.
I see that is what you see. I would absolutely disagree with it. And again, you stand on ground where you say, I have no observations. I don't have to hold up to anything. You love to scrutinize my stuff and really other people who you've argued with. You're not really arguing my
Joe,
shit.
Joe, wait a second.
However,
I'm gonna
I
argue your
cannot
shit.
examine any of yours.
I'm gonna.
Can we
I'm gonna
spend some
hold your
time
shit.
examining flat earth, or is it just totally
Joe,
off limits?
Wait a second. You
At
contradicted
some point, give
yourself.
it to me down the line.
You contradicted yourself.
You're
said
not
that
listening. Nothing I just said.
You said that you observed the sun rays coming out from the sun in all directions, meaning divergent or radiant,
That's-
right?
I probably
In the
said
Ar-
something
in
like
the
a song, but go ahead.
In the Eratosthenes experiment, not
Yeah.
experiment,
Yeah.
it requires parallel sun rays.
I said both. Well, you didn't hear me.
You don't have.
If you
can't
take,
have it two things. at
so
the
you
same
say, if you could have just asked me rather than calling me disingenuous and all that crazy shit, you could ask me, Joe, how do you assume that? I would have said,
Again.
if you take a big
Never
light
said you.
source and
I
you
said that.
go ahead, someone's talking. Go ahead.
Sorry, again, I never said you were disingenuous. I said that is dishonest because you
Uh,
are going against what's observed in reality. And that's the problem we have with these arguments. Because you guys
I'm-
are making positive claims.
I'm one dude,
We are
please.
pointing out
One dude.
their positive claims are false, and therefore you guys want to run away from it because you get shown
I'm
wrong.
one dude. Can you stop equating me with all of your fictional enemies? I'm one
You're
dude with some
using-
questions.
No,
You're
you're
arguing
using-
all of these shit in your head.
on.
Talk to
You're-
me.
You're arguing some fictional guy with an experiment in ancient Greece that his calculations go against your own testimonial observation of the sun. You
That was my argument?
contradicted yourself.
That was my argument.
That you
I thought my
contradicted
argument
yourself.
was the exact opposite of that, by the way.
Holy cow.
Yeah. If you guys would have let me, I would have told you that the distance matters. If you take a big light source, basketball, make it a light. They're going in all ways. But if you take the object and you pull it close enough to that light, you can assume there are enough parallel rays that you can do what you need to do.
How close are we
But
to
you'd
the
rather
sun?
call me 87 different names,
That's
put me
false.
down as call me insincere. That is my belief.
He didn't call you insincere. He called the fucking experiment
Oh, I
insincere.
thought he
What
called
do
me
you
being
not get
I
about
thought he
that?
said I was dishonest.
Well,
That's
you
why I
need to
said
get
I
your
was
panties out of your
dishonest.
crack and fucking grow up. Quit it.
And by the way, the inverse squared law of light tells you you're wrong when you say light goes parallel just because of distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we talk about flat Earth?
We're watching the debate, but I'm sure it's going to get into that some more.
At some point, can you give
Yeah,
it
you
to me?
keep
Can I
stopping.
ask some questions about flat Earth?
I
You
would
could look up
imagine,
there's some
we'll
videos though too, Joe.
I might, man.
Yeah, we'll probably get into quite a bit of it. But you notice that the title of tonight's show was that we were going to be
I get it. Be nice.
right. So does it say Joe Cool randomly asking flat Earth?
Be nice.
No, I can set one of those up though if you want me to.
No, I told you what I wanted. Be nice.
Right. I mean, I can set one up called Joe Cool Asks Flat Earth Questions. You can come on and ask all the flat Earth questions you want.
Yeah, and I'm happy to be on that panel too.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. So just let me know. In fact, I can go ahead and set that up anytime.
Well, you sure can. But if you want to address.
So
Okay,
that's
yeah, I just want to address him first before he moves on.
interruptions.
Craig,
Okay, just 1 second there, Flatsoid.
So Flatsoid, if you can be quiet while I do this, that'd be wonderful.
yeah, but while you're doing that, before you move on, I just
Flatsoid,
want.
I'll let you know when
Sorry,
I'm done.
this how unfair this bias has to go towards me. I am literally asking not to obfuscate from the point. Sorry,
All right, if
you
it's
have
fair-
been
all right,
talking a lot more than me.
As I say, we'll give you a chance to inject here. I know.
So this fucking moderator, right in the middle of while Flatsoid's talking, this who is she again? Fight the flat Felicia the flat
Felicia,
earther, right? He wants to interrupt because they're again another tactic. Don't let you get to the point. Don't want you to get to the point, right? This moderator goes and says, "Oh, okay, well, we'll let Craig run his fucking stupid cock holster for a couple of minutes," and mutes out fucking Flatsoid. I was like, "Well, that's about some bullshit right there, man." You know, I mean, come on, Ryan. And now listen, James does a little bit better of a job, and Ryan admits that. And I was sitting here going, yeah, well, maybe he can teach you how to moderate a fucking debate, you know? God damn.
I know you wanted just to screen share there. We were going to go into something, so I do apologize, Flatsoid. If you got something you want to pull back into before we move on, go for it. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, he can screen share now. I just want to find out, Craig. Remember, I asked you specifically for a demonstration. You have not pointed to the sky, and I know what he's going to screen share now. And notice those results show different every single time because it's inconsistent. Now, anyway, we're going to get to that. Where does it say I need to have containment between every pressure gradient? Because the argument is the pressure gradient is already in a contained system because we live in a dynamic system. You pointing to the sky and saying, look, pressure gradient is literally you ignoring the need for the antecedent, which would be containment, to have that pressure gradient. That's my point.
All right.
Just to respond to that, universe is the container. I've debunked what you've just said. But anyway, to show that
the universe is a container is an answer to it not needing a container. Are you shitting me with this guy?
But
like
you know
that
what is
answer.
the irony of this? You know what's the irony of all this? This shows he doesn't understand the law of thermodynamics.
No.
Because the universe seen as a hypothetical boundary, isolated system, doesn't mean there's no other contained systems inside of the universe. That means if it's a separate system, which Earth would be claimed to be, entropy would increase. So it's either very disingenuous or he's just very ignorant.
Yeah, well, they're so stuck on this goddamn mass attracting mass. I think it's been beat into them so hard without any fucking evidence of that. No scientific experiment proving it. None of that shit. They just drop shit and say, "Oh, gravity."
Can't
And it's
think
like,
of any.
really? Okay. You know, and it's I clearly put out there, and Sean Hawkins, of course, you know, he's retarded. We put this, it's an object on a scale inside Sean, inside of a vacuum chamber, right? And supposedly this air is pushing down. It's having a downward force against everything, right? And so I remove this mass of air from the vacuum chamber, and holy shit, the object inside gets heavier. How could that be? I removed mass from the equation and the object got heavier. Now, the first thing these idiots will say, well, because it lost its buoyancy. Ah, yes, it did, didn't it? So if it had buoyancy, then where was this downward push of air?
Notice how Sean chat skanks the whole time telling us we're retarded, but he isn't man enough to come in and actually tell us this himself.
Scared to death. Scared to death. That's all he does is snipe like a little bitch in the background.
Yeah.
But there is
So no gas, go down, go boom boom.
Gas no, go down, go boom boom. Ever. Ever. For any reason.
Let's not say ever, right? Because I can think of certain gases that are heavier. Let's say gasoline.
Don't go boom boom.
Wait. Let's say
Yeah, don't go
gasoline.
boom, boom.
Or not. Let's say gasoline. The fumes all hang around down low, and they disappear. So basically, the ones that are down low go boom boom.
No. Okay, first let's say this again to you guys. There's things called different densities, and entropy has what we call the arrow of time. So
We would
everything
agree.
has their own dispersion rate. Things that are denser takes longer to disperse. It doesn't go down. It's still moving in all directions. It's just taking longer to dissipate into the surrounding area.
Wait, it's not doing both? Are you telling me heavy gases do not fall down?
They are dispersing in all directions. They are just taking longer to disperse away.
So they are falling down faster because they're
No falling down. Gas moves in all directions.
equally. So even heavy gases, if I pour them off of a table, they go out into all directions. They don't fall to the floor, like say
All
smoke or
directions,
something.
mate.
Okay.
If you pour
Fog
gas
machine.
into a bottle, if you throw gas into a bottle and throw the bottle down, off a stairway or something, is the gas in the bottle not moving in all directions?
While it's in the bottle, it's moving in all directions. No.
thank you.
Maybe I don't understand.
So
Yes,
the
it
bottle
would
is
be-
going down as a whole, but the gas inside is still moving in all directions. Now take the bottle away, still
Yeah.
the same thing. You poured it
So,
out with
okay.
kinetic energy.
Okay,
So you
wait.
poured it
If there
out
you
with
got
kinetic energy, the
liquid.
gas, in a
Okay,
direction.
what if there's liquid
talking
in
about
that
liquid.
bottle?
We're not
Are you
talking about
telling me if
liquid.
there's liquid in that bottle,
not
it's
talking about
all
liquid.
falling down, and if I remove the bottle, nothing changes? No, what happens? The
Oh, it
liquid
does.
goes. What happens?
Have you ever seen sulfur hexafluoride in a fish tank? Why they? You know
I'm
why
sorry,
they need
but
to cover it? Do you know why
have
they
I
need
ever
to
seen
put a covering?
what in a fish tank?
Sulfur
Sulfur
hexafluoride
hexafluoride.
I don't
in a
even
fish
know
tank.
what that is. No.
It's a very dense gas. It's the
Okay.
one they usually use to make tinfoil boats and stuff float on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why they close the lid the whole time when they're not actually showing the demonstration?
I could not. No, I would picture they could have the lid open. I would picture.
No,
Wouldn't
because
matter.
it dissipates into the surrounding area. So gas doesn't go down, go boom boom, because if gravity was pulling it down, it would stay there indefinitely and you wouldn't need a lid.
No, there are other factors involved. Doesn't mean it would stay there indefinitely, but it would mean if there was such a thing as gravitational pull and it was visible to the eye, say you colored the gas, it would predominantly fall down and disperse along its way. But there should be gravity showing that it goes one direction.
It doesn't
It's
go one
favored
direction.
by one
That's the
direction.
thing. Just look what Sov's got on screen. This is exactly what's going on. You see the denser molecules are taking longer to go out.
No, I don't know who made that. I don't take that for nothing.
It's a
No.
physics. It's a physics simulation.
Yeah, but meant to show what doesn't. I'm not sure
Gas
that it meant to
behavior.
go the experiment that I have in my head. You said it's exactly the same thing. I wouldn't go with it.
It's
I
gas
wouldn't say.
behavior, mate.
Just watch.
Yes,
Just watch,
yeah.
Joe. Just
I
watch.
saw it the first time. Please
All right,
don't.
watch.
I saw it the
And I
first
want
time.
you to pay attention to the
I
dispersal.
did the first time. I'm not sure what I'm gotta do.
I want
Watch
you
it
to
twice
pay
for.
attention to the dispersal.
I did then.
I'm putting two densities of gas in here.
We
Okay.
went through this.
I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
okay. I'm gonna take it up that high with this kind, and then I'm gonna put a denser gas in there. I'm gonna increase the pressure so that I've got half of the pressure is the red stuff, the light stuff, and the heavier stuff is the other half of the pressure. Okay. Now we're gonna open the lid. Let it get mixed up real good. Okay.
And notice while you're waiting for that, did you see how there's more collisions of the less dense than there is of the denser because they're moving faster?
Right. So what happens when I open this up? Oh my God. Now look at that. Look how many red balls escape as opposed to the blue balls escaping. Okay. This
Blue
is
balls.
what he's talking about with the dispersal rate. You see what's happening there? Notice how now we've got a majority. We're coming up to a majority of blue particles, of heavier particles in the chamber. And as this goes on, see how they just go around? They don't change direction until they hit something. Boom. That's it. Elastic collisions. Oh, now it's looking like we're getting a majority of the blue down here in the chamber. The red ones are flying out of there. Heavy duty. I let this go overnight, and the next day I got up and there was one blue particle blowing around inside there still. Now look at our ratio. Holy crap. Now we're down to 2 to 1 or more, or even worse. You see, so that's just a good way to show that's your dispersal. You can see that the different densities of your different gases are going to have different dispersal rates. But ultimately, to have no dispersal, it had to be contained. It had to be contained. Once I opened that container, you notice that pressure gauge went down to 0. Boom, no more, gone. So that's just gas pressure. That's how it works, man. So anyway, where's this?
I see Sean still calling us retards and stuff, but still too poop scared to come in.
Oh yeah, he won't. He's like one of them little ankle biter dogs. They're gonna bark as fierce as shit and then hide behind something as soon as you come at him. You know,
He's like a little chihuahua that has one tooth, that's 100 years old, trying to take on a pit bull in his prime.
Oh, and Sean, I wanted to point out that we did notice. Don't think it didn't go unnoticed. So, primping yourself up for your apology video. We did notice that you shaved that landing strip off your nose. That's a step in the right direction. Now you're gonna have to. Now you might want to tackle those fucking push brooms that you call eyebrows, right, bro? You know, I mean, it looks like, come on, you know, somebody gonna pick you up by the feet and sweep the fucking floor with that shit. Let's go. Do you have a barber or something?
Well, Sov, apparently you the one that's old, mate, but he looks like he comes out of the mummy era.
I have no problem with old or any of that shit. I think that's such a superficial, shallow portion of one's thinking that I don't even entertain it. I just laugh, and it's like stupid motherfuckers think they're gonna be young forever, huh? Yeah. We'll see.
I see the age being old kind of thing as a knowledge map.
Yeah,
it
your
tells
crown
a story.
of wisdom. Yes.
Yeah, it tells
Except
a story.
in Sean's case.
He says he says at least he has his own teeth. Yeah, all 6 of them. They're pretty nice looking too there, Sean. They're not brown and snaggly or nothing, bro, at all. I have a beautiful smile. See that? You see that?
Well, Sean, can you use those teeth and come and talk to us like a man? I mean,
no.
Come on.
He makes his own vid, but he won't hop on panel.
No, he's a coward.
Yeah. And I am going to be doing a response to that not apology that he gave, because all he did was show he's a lying narcissist projecting coward.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just throwing this out here. I think it's awful funny that none of us have ever seen Flatzoid and Brenda at the same time. Just saying.
Are you saying I'm Brenda?
Or I'm sorry, not Flatzoid. I'm sorry. Sean Hawkins. Sean Hawkins and Brenda I've never seen at the same time before.
Okay.
But also I've never seen McToon and Brenda at the same time either. And they are in the same state.
Well, McToon and Brenda do sort of have the same facial features. Sean, on the other hand, I think Brenda will probably squash him if she had to sit by him.
Yeah, she paid us a little visit last night. Wow. What a that thing. Wow. Come on, y'all. I mean, are they just fucking with us? I mean, for real? That's what they're sending?
It was like a tag team sort of it. Like after Brenda joined the panel, then the other Glober joined the panel, and it just seemed like they was trying to throw a spanner in the works of the stream.
Oh yeah.
A spanner.
That's a wrench.
Hey, Joe.
If you don't know.
Oh,
Joe.
no, I've never heard that word. A
Yeah,
spanner.
us normal
Yeah.
people use the word spanner.
I'm old, Joe. Like I was in it, done an apprenticeship in engineering stuff, so they was called.
I
spanners.
never heard
That's
that
all I know, man. I know a wrench is an American word for like like what we would call
A spanner.
spanner, or like I forgot what they're called now. Like a socket
Yeah,
set.
we
to
got-
take the wheels off a car.
We do have wrenches as well,
ratchet.
like monkey wrenches, but spanner
Ratchet,
is
yeah.
a spanner or a
That's
ratchet.
it.
Yeah.
And
What'd you say you call a monkey wrench?
a
monkey
ratchet
wrench,
or
wrench, and then we got a ratchets, and then we got spanners.
Oh, you do got monkey
And
wrench.
mole
you got
grips.
ratchets,
Mole grips
and
as
you got
well.
spanner. Mole?
mole grips are the big silver ones that you've got this like screw at the back that you turn to adjust.
We just call them
Vice
grips.
grips. Vice grips.
Vice grips. Yeah.
Vice grips. That's the correct name for them. Why they're called mole grips in the
I don't know, man. That really messed me up when I started laughing my ass off one time. The guy says, he says, I had a little trouble with my car. I was in Germany, and the guy, he was English, and he says, oh, are you having a little bit of trouble? I says, yeah, a little bit. And he says, well, open the bonnet. And I was like, the what? And he says, the bonnet. And I was like, what the fuck is a bonnet?
Do people really say that, bro?
Yeah, well, that's
yeah, we call it a bonnet.
Yeah, that's what they call the hood. The if the car had a bonnet, then that means it's a convertible. You take the bonnet.
bonnet.
Yeah, and then they call the trunk a boot.
The boot. That's
Yeah,
the boot.
and you guys that call trucks, we call buckies.
Bucky's, I've never heard that. Lorries, is that one of you guys? I
A
think
lorry
I
is
got
a
lorry.
truck for us.
Yeah.
You guys call lorries a truck for us.
Yeah. Whole bunch. This is kind of funny too. If you don't understand English slang, me and a friend of mine, we hopped a transport flight over to England. We had a couple of days, so we went over to London, and we went to one of these little. What is that noise? So we went into this little pub, and my friend, he saw this cute girl, and he went over to talk to her, and I was watching him. And all of a sudden, she just got this look on her face and smacked him, threw a drink in his face and shit. The bartender started laughing his ass off. I was like, what in the world? What happened?
What'd you say?
And he went up and he introduced himself. He said, hi, I'm Randy. Well, he should have said Randall. Because if you say you're Randy over there, that means you're horny. In fact, they used to call Prince Andrew, they used to call him Randy Andy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Them guys got a lot of devil shit. I don't mean to detract, but I just keep hearing more and more horrible shit about that dude, Prince Andrew.
Oh,
I heard that in Austin Powers the first time. The Randy, like I'm Randy.
Yeah, Randy.
And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I was like, oh, because I was young at that time when that movie was up.
No, Andrew and his brother Charles are both very, 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 very naughty boys. Okay. Andrew has not kept it very well hidden. He's been in trouble his whole life. I mean, I can remember back in the early 80s, he really threw everybody into a turmoil because he was dating an Italian porn star named Cood Star with her name. And that was all over the tabloids and shit. But Yeah, listen, them Royals are a bunch. That's our world is run by sicko freaking perverts,
It
man.
would look like it, right? They need that type of shit for entertainment or thrills or fulfillment. I don't know what the purpose is.
They're
It
not
looked like they
human.
need it.
They're not
But
human.
that was dope. Yeah, it could be something along them lines.
I
I'm
don't
trying to
think they're
examine that.
I don't know. Yeah, all maps are models. You're right, Flatside. And that whole thing, when you start, our distances across the ocean, are they measured? No.
Yeah, it's amazing that the guy wants to use that excuse saying you're not presenting any maps and models. That's why I don't talk to you. Literally, we say all maps and models. It's like someone asking, take me to Fort Knox and I want some gold. And I say, okay, take all the gold. And they say, but you're not giving me the gold. I'm saying, take all the gold. No, you're not giving me the gold. That's how stupid Sean is.
Yep. I can't half the time.
What about three-dimensional models? I think in most people's head, that's what pop in. I agree, you guys are correct, but I assume Sean is talking about a three-dimensional model and perhaps even one that moves and you can determine things if you have that.
You
Hey,
have
Joe,
one.
do you reckon I could ask you a question when I get a chance, please? If everyone else has finished talking.
Of course.
So the thing
Okay.
is if I could make a scale working model of the earth, then that would mean I was God. I can't create something like that. Okay. There's a lot of mysteries involved with it that we haven't ironed out yet. And one of the reasons is because they sent us down the wrong road right from the beginning.
The round Earth, globe Earth gets a lot of shit correct.
It's just like in World War II. The Germans had these soldiers that they were trained as Americans. They spoke perfect American. They put them in American MP uniforms and they had them directing convoys. The only thing was they were directing them into ambushes and the wrong way from their objectives.
Yeah.
And so this is what we've gotten in our education system. We've had infiltrator MPs that have led us down the wrong road and therefore stagnating any advancements that we could possibly make due to not having the true cosmology of what we're dealing with. So now that we've thrown that lie away, we can get on with the business of finding out what it is. Is the sun actually a physical object? Is it?
How do we get along with that business? How do we determine that?
We're already working on that, man. You guys are just too busy sniping at our heels going, I see boats go over the curve.
No, my argument going over the curve is that it is way too big for the stuff that you catch, Clay.
Oh my goodness.
That's the first observable
Thanks for having
thing
me
that
on.
I would
I'll catch you later.
That's the first observable thing that I would say makes it 100%. How can you even refute that?
Well, somebody wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Facts. Hi, Flatsoid. I'm Fax, or John from the UK, whatever you want to call me. Yeah, I've got the best. One of us, right, a really like boring popular name. But yeah, my question to Joe was, is there any other organisations or for the want of a better word, authorities that you can go to with your globe model and get a second opinion on that? Is there anyone other than NASA and the mainstream universities and places like that? Is there anywhere?
I could think of one. Here's the best one that pops in my head. And don't jump on me before I finish saying it, because you're gonna. The best people I would go to prove my theories would be flat earthers or former flat earthers. And the two best things I can think of is the way they prove it is with the laser that you shoot across. And if it's round, it won't hit the circle similarly. And the other one is that gyroscope that was sent up that so famously proved that the Earth had a spin.
No.
Okay. So we've got
this question was, who would I go to? I go to flat earthers. They provided some of the best shit ever.
You mentioned something interesting though. You said X flat earthers. I call it bullshit on that because you can't unsee things. No true flat earther can actually become a glober again. I'm sorry. You're never gonna.
I like to think that people can be open for anything.
Sorry,
Okay,
Joe. I don't know if I did make myself quite clear there. I said like another, for want of a better word, authority or governing body.
I don't
So
even
obviously
believe in
flat.
that thing. I'm sorry,
So
you got to
we've
be
only,
more specific.
so right, your source of information is only coming from one source. Is getting to the nitty gritty of it. And I'm saying, do
Flat
you have
earthers
anyone?
Flat earthers
No.
was my source.
I'll repeat the question again.
All right.
As a glober, other than NASA and universities and colleges, do you have another avenue to take that model of the heliocentric model to and say, look, is there anyone else other than NASA and the universities that you can take the heliocentric model to and verify?
Again,
There
I'm
are other
not sure
space
what.
agencies. There are other space agencies around the world too, other than NASA. You want to be technical?
I was about to say, I'm not sure what he would consider authority. He'd rule anything out that I don't know. I'm assuming some shit. That's what I'm asking
let's
you.
put it this way. Don't you think it's a rigged system if the only authorities you can
Thank
go
you.
to disprove it are the ones having the bias for that
I would
position?
agree the system's rigged. That's why I can see shit for myself. I don't need to rely on another person. That sounds weird, especially for something that's easily provable as the circular Earth. I can't totally prove it because I'm just a small dude. No offense, that can't run around the Earth or do these things or fly around myself. But I can see how the sun sets as a big ball, that it disappears around something. I can assume it's a horizon or so. I can make assumptions. I can look at the model of the Earth, the round Earth model, and notice how it can predict eclipses and shit, and say that there's some validity there. I know how they find different celestial bodies by the gravitational forces of other planets. I get so many things that give credence besides the obvious that you guys don't seem to believe at all. All of the pictures and videotaping other people across the road, every Korean person, everybody, all of these things. I can Google NASA right now and look down. I really don't think there's a real argument here.
Hang on a sec, Joe. So if you want to go with NASA and looking down and what they say, how come you won't accept Sov's experiment with the air particles, the blue particles and the red particles leaving the containment, but yet you'll take it from someone like NASA when they show you more or less the same thing? Yes, they do.
No, wait. The first part when he used it, and the reference it was used, it was spot on. It was the greatest model. It showed exactly what he was talking about. Now, when we wanted a model, and I wanted a model specifically for heavy shit falling, I thought that was inadequate. That was my claim.
Well, yeah, your claim is also that the heavier gas is going to change direction because of gravity, and it doesn't.
You would agree at some point these guys won't be here. I'll pull up a video and you'll be explaining to me, of course, heavy gases fall. It's because of buoyancy and density. It'll be easy to find a video of someone pouring out some heavy gases, it falling to the floor and spreading the coastal floor. As opposed to going up
it's
at
not
the
because
same
it's
time.
heavy, Joe. It's not because it's heavy. It's because
See,
it's
he'll be
cold.
saying buoyancy and all of that
It's
stuff.
because it's cold, Joe. Does it stay on the floor?
But it does fall though. Well,
Because
man
it's
said it goes. You
it's
both
cold.
said. You both
Because
said
it's
it goes in
cold.
all directions at the same time. Now you're
Because
saying it
it-
falls because it's cold. Two
It's
different
still,
things.
the gas particles are still having those collisions, but they are cold. Do you not understand what temperature does? Have you ever noticed when you have your air conditioner on in your house that it's colder at the floor than it is up near the ceiling?
So
Did
that
you ever
it does
notice that?
fall. It does fall
No,
downward. Heavy gases.
Is that because of gravity or is that because
No,
of
no,
the
no. I'm
temperature?
asking one question. So it does fall down. Heavy gases.
No.
Is that what you're telling me?
No, I said cold gases will fall down.
Oh, I was asking you heavy gases. I'll find a picture of heavy gases or whatever someone scientist calls a heavy gas,
Yeah.
and they'll pour it down and it'll hit the floor and disperse more along the floor before it goes up, showing that it does not go in all places at the same time. I'll have that video. It won't be hard to find.
I got a demonstration of it right now. We'll just go with a heavy gas. Okay. I'm just going to go with a heavy gas. Okay. Hang on. I'm going to bring this up so you can see it. Here it is. Oh, my bad. So there we go. Okay. I pumped heavy gases in there.
Oh my God, this is stop it. Be nice.
I am being nice. There's your heavy gas. Okay.
Yeah, we got to watch it again. I don't know
Well,
what
you
you're
just
doing.
got done. You contradicted.
Yeah, I wasn't asking to see this same exact model again. That I'm just gonna say proves nothing. I'd like a video of heavy gas, and you're gonna prove me. Show me the same model you've shown me twice.
I don't know how else you're gonna even understand any of this.
I'm okay with it. I'll show in a few days. I'm here all the time. I'll find a video
I know
and you
what
can
you're already
explain it.
talking about. Dry ice. I know what you're already talking about. Carbon dioxide coming off of dry ice that's melting in water. I already know what's going on there. Okay.
Oh, so some do fall down.
Is that cloud of gas that's coming out of that container colder than the ambient air in the room? Yes or no? Yes, of course it is. So just like in an air-conditioned room, the gas isn't heavy. Okay.
So we wouldn't find any room temperature gases that would react the same way. Is that the claim here? It must be cold.
If that's the only way you're going to get it to drop like that, or
Okay,
it's like
all right,
it's a
all right.
fluoride.
I'll
You
look
have
for
to
something.
understand, Joe, it's got to do with the kinetic energy of the molecules. So when they're slowing down, they just take longer to move in the direction they're moving. That's why when you have a dense cold gas, it has as a whole, after you poured it out in a direction, it
Yeah.
has kinetic energy in that direction as a whole.
I dig
Those
it.
molecules are still bouncing around in all directions. It's like, that's what I try to say with the water bottle. If you had air inside it, the bottle is falling as a whole, but the gas inside it's still moving around in all directions. When it heats up,
Always,
and
yeah.
starts dissipating, it's going to go away. Then you don't see it anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. At that last moment, I was thinking of an experiment, and what it proves. Guy takes a bottle full of water, and I don't know. I can't. I'm gonna get it wrong, but he drills holes in it, and water falls out.
Pressure. Yeah, because the pressure on top is pushing down. Is that what you're saying?
I guess I don't. I'm not sure
No,
why.
that's yeah, water's bonded. Gas is unbonded. It's two different phases. They don't behave the same. It's like water would be the
So
same as,
why
let's
does
say,
it
when you were a
fall
child.
down though? Why does it fall
I
down?
don't-
I assumed it fall down
It's
because of
simple.
gravity.
No, not gravity. It's simple. I think when you were a child, you also played that pylon game where you lied on the floor and all your mates started jumping
Yes,
on top
yes,
of
of
the piling
course we
on.
did.
And
Yeah.
the more people got on, the heavier it got on.
Yes.
That felt.
All
That's
right.
the same. The more water is on top,
That's why it
the
pushes
more
out.
heavier it is, so the more force there is to be able to force the water at the bottom out. That's not gravity. That's just simply due to the weight based on displacement.
So if I took the bottle and I got the holes in it still, I drill holes in it and I drop the bottle, what would happen? Would the stuff still push on it and push the water out, or would the water
No, because you're
stop coming out?
it has a zero net force because everything is moving in the same direction at the same accelerated rate.
So it would no longer come out.
Because it's not pushing down, everything is moving in the same direction at the same rate. It's
'Cause
it's
it's
akin to
falling as
saying,
well.
I can do another analogy. Let's say you push a car
Mhm.
and it's you pushing alone, it's quite tough. Now you get a mate to help you, it gets a bit easier. Eventually you have 10 people pushing the car. There's such little force attributed by all of you, you hardly even have to push to get the car moving. You understand? You distributed that force through all of your mates.
Isn't that force? I don't know. It seemed like that force would still happen even in free fall. That force would happen because it's not because of the fall. It's because of pressure inside the obstacle. It would still have to push out. Just because it's moving in a cylinder, it still would be under that pressure. Just because it's flying along a train at 60 miles an hour, when I open the valve, I would think the pressure would still push it out.
Remember where the water still actually comes out. Just remember, how high do they usually drop the bottle?
I
Literally
don't know.
like a
Say I
second
drop
or
it
a
from
second and a
20
half?
feet. Say I drop
Yeah,
it for
exactly.
20
I
feet.
mean, it's a few split seconds to a second. How
Yeah.
much water do you think would have to come out in that few split seconds?
By me, I think gravity pulls, and you would shit. I don't think water would come out. I don't think water
push
would come out.
bottle, the speed it comes out is not fast enough to
I
react
think we nullify
for the time
gravity.
it's dropped to get to the ground. It's an
You're saying
inconsistent time.
if I drop it longer, then the water would come out.
You getting what I'm saying?
I'm asking, is that what you think? I think that no matter how long it drops, the water would not come out because the pressure, I'm nullifying gravity now by dropping it. So your pressure theory should still push it out, but I don't think it'll happen. As long as it's dropping, it'll never push out because gravity has no effect. That is my assertion.
Okay. Well,
And that's where we can eliminate gravity by dropping it. We eliminate gravity, but the pressure system still exists.
I'm just going to give you this as food for thought with that. If I take a bucket of water and put a rope on the handle and I put some water in the bucket and I'm swinging it around, now we know that the water will stay in the bottom of that bucket. If I stop that bucket right at the top right here, the water won't fall out of the bucket because the bucket and the water will both fall at an equal rate down. Not until it hits the ground will that water fall out of the bucket. So that's just something to think about. Let's kind of get
All right,
back.
let me think about that
A little bit.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
An attractive force, even from mountains. Do you see my screen? I don't need to screen share. I'm just showing it from my camera.
Charles Hutton theoretically chopped the mountain into what's become known as contour lines. It's the first time they were used. From this, they could work out the weight of Schiehallion. But it was a big step to go from that to working out the weight of the world. Nevertheless, Maskelyne had a go. This is what he did. He dangled a long plumb line on a platform 2/3 of the way up the mountain. He knew 2 gravitational forces would
I
act
love
upon
this.
it.
I'm glad he
The
brought this
main
up.
gravity would obviously be coming from the mass of the Earth, pulling it down. But the mass of the mountain itself would pull the plumb line towards it, slightly off vertical. We've
Seems like a
exaggerated
brilliant
here.
experiment.
That gravitational effect is what he measured. From the angle the plumb line was deflected, Maskelyne could calculate the mass of the Earth relative to the mountain.
Right, and so what this video goes on to say, I won't play the whole thing, but what it goes on to say is that they redid the experiment and managed to get the same results, and it's been repeated with more and more precision over and over and over. And every time an experiment like this is done, it matches the predictions of gravity. So yeah, if we have the right tools, we actually can measure the attractive force of a mountain pulling mass towards it as well.
There you
So
go.
yeah, that kind of debunks everything you've said.
We're gonna let him respond.
Okay. Contradiction alert. First of all, you said we can't use Everest because it doesn't attract it because Earth overrides it. Now you're literally making my point when you're saying the mountain
Pause it. Can you
is
pause the
causing
song?
the attraction. Oh boy, so it can attract a pendulum, which is anyway substantiated by Bernoulli's principle. Do you know how Bernoulli's principle works, Craig?
He gave a straw argument.
Tell me, please.
Oh, you gave a straw argument if he's still up here. Now he's about to jump. What's Majiggas? Dude said we don't have the equipment tight enough to measure it. He gave a different argument, and now he's jumping to something else.
No,
Well, yeah, he did. He said you couldn't measure it, and then he just showed a video that said you could fucking measure it.
Yes, that's
and
interesting.
remember-
Yeah.
And what I want to point out as well, Cole, remember the argument specifically by him is the gas gradient because of gravity pulling down. So we can go to Everest and go up the mountain, and we would not be able to breathe because gas is being pulled down to mass. Then I said, okay, but is the gas being pulled to Mount Everest because it's part of Earth's mass? And he said, yes, it is. We just can't measure it.
Right.
Get it? So
I
there's
get
no
it, but
empirical evidence
but what if they
for
can
measurement
measure it?
of gas being attracted
If
to
you
any
can't,
mass?
what if he's right? If this experiment worked, isn't that definite proof that it works now?
No,
said
this
you
is this
couldn't
was
measure it.
based on
No.
Bernoulli's principle.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. We can listen to it because I don't understand how this seems like really good evidence. I didn't know we had nothing sensitive enough to measure it, but if dude is telling the truth, it seems like case closed to me. What else
All
could
they-
account for it other than gravity?
Because of
All they did was they hung a heavy ball on a rope, and it was
Mhm.
attached to the mountain with a beam.
Yeah.
And they saw, okay, it's pulling ever so slightly towards the mountain. Literally, Bernoulli's principle can cause this.
What is Bernoulli's principle?
It's the movement of gases. So in a tight space, if it speeds up, it makes a low pressure system. It's called wind, and it will force that heavy object because it's hanging on a pendulum.
So all we
be
have
able
to do is
move
get rid of
closer to
wind?
the mountain.
Am I correct?
Flat
You're muted.
I've got Globe Earth Bob backstage. Okay.
And I've got like 5 minutes and I have to go.
All right. Yeah, I don't think I don't want to have to deal with
No,
Globe
that's
Earth
to
Bob.
me. That's FTFE, dude. I'm swear.
Yeah, I think it is too. It's Craig. He's child enough to do that, you know. And
Craig is the guy is arguing against. You gotta let him up. It's only fair. Are you sending me this to be the best in smoking?
Wait, Joe. It would be one thing if he didn't giggle like somebody with a gerbil stuck up his ass, and if he'd actually use his camera. But he's just a troll. He comes on here to
we ain't
disrupt.
showing his face then. Yeah,
Well, and I don't. I'm not gonna put.
I
up
wouldn't
with
trust it. Yeah,
he's a piece of shit. So I'm not gonna put up with him. Maybe if another night or something. Maybe I don't know, but I just don't really want to deal.
I
with
would assume it's a troll. You know what his face looked like. That's the troll mode.
If dude's gonna laugh like that, he should mute his mic because this is embarrassing.
That's what this fucking fool does. Watch him. He's starting to spaz out. He starts rocking and twitching and laughing more than a goddamn autist at a fucking Iron Maiden concert. I'm not shitting you. He's all over the place. You look like one of them kids on a fucking short bus.
Tell me how Bernoulli's principle affects a pendulum, baby. Please.
The movement of the gas through a tighter space causes a low pressure area, which causes the greater pressure to push the pendulum in, which means that's why it's attracted to the mountain. It's called wind.
It's kind of looking
That is a fucked up laugh.
This is the best the gloves got, guys.
Contained thing.
And it gives inconsistent results.
This is the same reason that ships have to stay a certain distance from one another and shit, because in the Navy, they actually have a regulation about for how close together to have ships, because if a wind comes between those two ships, it causes a lower pressure system, and the outside pressure will actually push those ships together and crash them.
I get if the argument is we can't really tell because wind could have blown. I can accept that as an argument. I hope these guys in this experiment took that into consideration somehow.
Well, no, because they were already reaffirming the consequence when they did it.
I hear
this guy here laughing like he's got a gerbil trying to escape his sphincter is just too much.
He probably didn't think I know what Bernoulli's principle is.
Yeah, you even said it keeps getting changed over and over.
I don't think he knows what it is. Flatzoid, I don't think he knows what it is.
I'd have to Google it.
Laughing.
To get it more consistent. So would that be different results?
No, I didn't. I said the measurement has become more and more accurate.
So it's different results. Consistent then.
False argument.
To understand.
That's interrupted me there.
Let's say
getting more and more accurate results is not getting inconsistent results. It's just being able to measure things more accurately. But no, you lied about what I said, because in this very conversation, I said that yes, Everest would have an attractive force on the air around it. We just don't really have a way to measure that.
Right.
But instead, I brought up this experiment, which is with Schehallien, which is actually easier to measure the attractive force because Schehallien is literally the most symmetrical mountain in the world, allowing us to, make a lot more accurate measurements of things. So I didn't say.
And a great demonstration of Bernoulli's principle too.
But
yeah, gonna make me Google that shit.
But I mean,
wind. Say wind.
Joe, when Craig just said he can't measure the stuff, the pressure around Mount Everest, so how can you co-sign that they can measure gases in Mars and all these other places if you can't even do it on Earth?
Exactly.
I didn't say nothing about measuring them. You might be making some assumptions there. I didn't say nothing about measuring the gases on. But if you had a question there, I could answer.
Why don't they just point one of them spectroscopy things at it, man? Then they'd be able to tell, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that was my whole point. If they can't measure the attraction of gases even to a large mass like a mountain, how can they claim empirical evidence that mass is attracting gas? To claim gas
There it
goes
is.
down. They can't. There is no such
Yeah,
thing.
I,
It
I,
doesn't
I don't think
exist.
they could claim empirical evidence to gas, but this would be pretty big if it did pull toward the mountain. That's pretty
Yeah,
big.
Bernoulli's principle. There's
Well,
actual physics
wind.
that
I
accounts
get
for
that
this.
it's wind. I don't guess they're
No,
idiots and
Bernoulli's
didn't account
principle is
for
not
wind.
wind.
Y'all
It's not,
said
it's not
wind.
wind.
He
Wind
said
is based
wind.
on Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli's principle isn't wind.
Okay, but the result is wind. You're telling me that wind would blow it toward the so and so. I
No,
think
it's
that's
the low
Stu's argument.
pressure. It's the low
The
pressure.
displacement of whatever that.
gives-
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
Flatwood.
Yeah, it's just the low pressure that's giving way for the high pressure to force the object towards the other object.
It
But
would
sorry.
seem like it would be the opposite, right? It would seem like down here, closer to the atmosphere, shit is moving around. So it's heavier forces. It would push it toward the rock. Up here, it get lighter. There would be less moving around, so it wouldn't go toward the rock. It would go the other way. In you guys' example.
Okay, so guys, I gotta go. Have a good stream
All right,
further.
Fletcher.
Enjoy the rest of your evening or day or whatever. Blessings.
Right on.
Hey,
Hey,
Fletcher.
blessings
Thanks
to
for
you
coming
as
up.
well, Flatzoid.
All right, let's get back on with this. And I'm going to find a link for you, Joe. So it's a really good demonstrations on Bernoulli's principle. So you can,
I'd appreciate it.
you've got the right concept,
Yeah.
but you've got the wrong cause. And it's really some good information on Bernoulli's principle.
I'll check it out.
And I'll dig those out while this is playing.
The thing that you said. I did not say that Everest wouldn't do it. I just said we have no way of measuring it. Please do not put words in my mouth. That
Okay,
I
and I
didn't.
got another question. If they did Schehallien on top of the mountain, would it give the same result as to the bottom of the mountain?
Sorry, ask the question again.
If they did Schehallien on top of the mountain compared to the bottom of the mountain, would it give the same results?
No.
Schehallien. If they did it at the top of the mountain, they would have slightly less of an attractive force pulling sideways. So they would get a slightly different result. But
That's
actually,
large.
the experiments were done at multiple points up the mountain. And
And they
the
all had
math-
different results.
11. Apparently, that's 11. So that'd be 12 then.
Sorry, Craig,
Uh,
can we ask this guy to actually
13?
stay with the debate instead of talking to his people in his chat the whole time? Because I can't
This is for
actually
modern day
talk with someone who can't concentrate more than 2 words I'm saying. I know it's difficult, Craig, but you can't concentrate to what's actually being said because you're contradicting yourself every time you speak.
Okay, back to what I was saying before you interrupted for the 13th time. I didn't contradict anything that I've said. I just said we have no way of measuring the air being attracted to Everest. That's it. There's no contradiction there. But I just showed an experiment that shows that there is an attractive force by mountains pulling things sideways. And that experiment has been done multiple times at different areas of the mountain, matching predictions of the attractive force at each point.
Great, you finished. So you admit it, you cannot measure gas attraction then.
He's a
I
dick.
said
You're
you
gonna
cannot
act like you
measure
don't
the
understand.
air being attracted towards Everest.
Yes. Okay. Concession. So please show us how you can empirically show us how gas is attracted to Earth, please.
Easy. Put gas in a container. That container now weighs more than beforehand.
What is gas? Define gas for us, please.
You could find gas. It's your question.
Sorry, didn't I just ask you the question?
I don't want to play the game of you asking me
Don't
to
you know
define-
what gas pressure is?
Well,
Don't
if
you
you
know how
want
to define gas?
Go ahead and define it for yourself.
No, I asked you a question. Moderator, would you ask
No,
him
and
to
I'm
answer my
just-
question, please? Instead of
If you
pushing it
want-
back to me.
Then please go ahead and define it for us all. We're all listening, eager to hear your definition of what gas is.
I asked you, Craig.
Well, I was gonna say if we can, as long as if you can frame it and pull it into why it's relevant to what you're talking about right now, just so that our audience is all up to speed.
Okay. The reason I'm asking to define gas pressure because the definition alone already debunks his assertion that gas
Define-
has weight down.
But you said define gas, not define gas pressure. Which one do you want, gas or gas pressure? Are you not sure?
Do you have pressure without gas?
Yeah, you can have pressure without gas.
Let me redefine this. Will you have gas pressure without gas?
No.
Okay, great. So define gas, please.
The state of matter between solid and plasma.
Okay, that's very rudimentary. But anyway, do you know how gas behaves?
Yes.
And how does gas behave?
You tell me. Go ahead.
Why are you reversing the burden onto me? I thought you're this expert. I'm asking you a
This
simple
is
question. How does
dumb.
gas behave?
If you don't know, that's fine. But
Oh, I know.
Yeah, well, tell us then. If you, I'm not going to sit here and just tell you how things work on the globe because I know how things work on the globe. If you want someone to fight,
That's what he always does. That he always does that shit. He can't answer. He's
No, he
stalling for
should.
time.
This dude's being dumb,
No,
right?
he stalls for time, like he did with me, and he waits for somebody. He tells you about how much he knows it and how much you don't know it, and that he already knows it, and he don't have to tell you until one of his people tells him, and then he'll jump in and say it. That's how this guy operates. Joe, back in the private chat, I put 2 links to 2 YouTube videos. They're really good. One's on atmospheric pressure. The other one's on Bernoulli. They don't go into no boring shit. This guy's kind of entertaining. He's like a crazy old physics guy. And he does these experiments and shit right there. And he goes, oh, and here's another thing that's really exciting. Check this out. So I do this and I do this. What do you think's causing that? Here's what's doing it. Let me show you. And you'll like it. It's pretty good. So what's the guy's name is he's an old guy named Julius Sumner Miller. And he kind of reminds me of my woodshop teacher. He does. He's pretty cool though. I like him. Anyway.
The globe. This has got to do with gas behavior. Do you know how gas behaves, Craig?
yes, I do. Absolutely.
So can you tell us, please?
No, you can tell us.
Is this how this is going to happen, MDD? Is this guy just going to not answer my questions the whole night?
I think why would I have to answer fucking 50 questions? If you got one, I'll answer it. But every time you just answer me another question, another question, another question. What is that? That's not fair.
Well, no,
I got fed up a long time ago.
If he knows, then explain it so that you can tell us that you know this, right? But he won't do it.
No. It is not me to teach you.
He's like arguing with an upset woman. I'm not kidding you. Any guys out there, and I'm not putting the women down, but you've all known this one. What's the matter, honey? Nothing. Well, you seem upset. What's the matter? Nothing. Then finally it comes down to, if you loved me, you'd know, right? They don't know why they're pissed off, really, but they want you to come up with a reason for it.
But listen, this guy, he, instead of making an assertion in the process, instead of just saying, this is what I believe, this is what's happening, it's degrading to be like, you know what light is? And how long is this?
When it comes to dealing with physics laws, if you don't know the physics law, then you are ignorant on the subject.
Yes, but it is not my job to tell you and validate every step along the way. That's insane.
You come in and claim things that go against established physical law. Okay, this
Then
clearly
what?
means that you don't understand the law that's being applied, and it's more of a man to say, no, I'm not familiar with that.
No, that's not what's going on here though, Saab. It is a guy saying, do you know what a car is? And he says yes, and then the guy says, explain how brakes work, explain how the exhaust work. You got to go through all of this to prove something to this guy.
Now, Joe,
just make your statement.
That's a false equivocation.
That's exactly what's going on here.
I think that it's not going well because it's making this guy look like an idiot, and it rightfully so.
I think it's unfair to rapid fire questions
Joe,
like
and
that.
bring it up. I'm not going to sit here and give you definitions of things. I've no intention of doing that. If you have a point about how gas behaves, make the point.
I need you to define it so I can show you how it debunks your argument.
What's your definition? I know my definition. So you give us your definition.
What is it, Greg?
I'll tell you later. I don't want to right
You don't know.
If
I
you
don't
have-
know. Okay, fine, guys.
He's answered every question. He just keep asking them. It's
kick your
weird.
ass. I would kick your ass right now, but my mom said I can't fight in my school clothes, so I can't do it. Or I would kick your ass, but I don't want to get arrested. That's the same bullshit, man. He's just a child. dude.
He doesn't know gas behavior. I'll
And,
define.
and don't ever use the word fair and Craig McNeil in the same fucking sentence ever again.
know who
Because that
Craig
son of a
is.
bitch, that son of a bitch, he deserves every little bit of ass kicking that he gets. He's a fucking
Yeah,
bitch.
this
He's a-
clown here is insincere. The guy on the right is insincere as fuck. And instead of making a claim, making a
Insincere?
statement, he is just gonna keep asking this dude question. He answered the question. He answered the next
No,
one.
he
What
didn't
does he
answer
do? He
the
answers the
fucking
next
question,
one.
Joe.
And then when he
Because
says,
you know,
"I'm not
Joe,
gonna keep doing
Joe,
this shit," he makes a big
Joe,
deal about it.
Joe, do
Yeah.
you know why he won't answer the question?
I
No,
just
no,
said
do
he
you
did
wanna know
answer the
why?
first
Do
few.
you?
Now
No, he
he's
did
getting
not
fed up with
answer
it.
Do you know why he won't answer it and why he's refusing to answer it?
I do.
Why?
Because he keeps answering questions, and this
No.
count just
No.
keeps coming with more and more
No.
questions.
No, it's because he knows that the answer is going to totally fucking debunk his claim. That's exactly why.
It can't be true because earlier he didn't want to answer the question, "What is gas?" Right?
Then why
He
don't-
didn't
wait.
want to answer it.
Then why don't he just answer it?
well,
Why don't
listen,
he just answer it?
Listen,
Because-
earlier,
because, Joe,
you're cutting me
the
off. Go.
answer debunks his claim.
I heard what you said. Can I say?
No,
now?
that's the reason.
I
The
heard
answer
yours.
No, the answer debunks his claim. And if
Oh.
he gives the answer, he will be
Mm-hmm.
debunking himself. And his pride cannot let that happen.
All right.
That's all.
All
There's
right.
no
Here,
other-
here is
there's
what I
nothing
see.
else. There's
Yeah.
nothing else. There's
Well,
nothing
let's
else.
see first. Let's see. You're not
Because
God.
you're-
It could be
wait.
something else. You're not
Joe,
God. You've
Joe,
been
I was
wrong
here-
before.
I watched it live. Okay, so I already know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I already
So,
know.
so
All right.
hear the theory
All right.
first and see if because it's
All right.
live, it's suddenly
So,
debunked.
the bottom
So
line
you were
is-
saying that because shit, I done lost the theory. You know, I had
Oh,
to
you don't
wrestle
even
with you to
understand
speak.
gas laws. How would you know?
What was you just fucking oh yeah, him asking questions. You were saying that the reason he won't answer the question is because whatever reason you gave. And I'm saying that's not true because twice
Well, how would you
before
know if
he's
you don't know what answer I gave?
but twice before he's protested. I don't want to answer this question. So
Mm-hmm.
your conclusion would have been he didn't know it because he's not answering it. But he went on and told him what gas is. He answered it. Then dude did it again, answered another. He said, "I don't want to play these dumbass games, blah, blah, blah." And by your theory, if he doesn't answer it, means he doesn't know the answer. And then
No.
he went on and
only
answered the
well,
question.
why did I
Your
say
guy
when you-
just asked another question. He's
Why
never
did I say-
satisfied.
Just because the answer to one question leads to the next one. Once you lead someone through a logical series of conclusions, this is how we come to an answer, Joe. Now, you
I would
making
agree.
that, hold on, you making that assertion and not even knowing what my argument was, you said, or whatever, you don't even fucking know. Secondly, you don't
No, I
have
didn't
any-
want to character. I didn't want to rephrase it because you nitpick. I do know your argument, but make another assumption though.
I don't know. I'm not even going to bother trying, Joe, because you won't let me finish a fucking sentence to save my
Welcome
life.
to my
Before you
world.
go on, you always want to move to something else before the other issue is addressed.
Welcome to my world.
No, that is your world because that's all you have is dish galloping. That's all you have. We'll explain a sunset. Okay, Joe. Well, when the sun is going down, well, how's an eclipse happen, motherfucker?
Well,
What
I
the
would
hell?
accuse you of the same thing. Let's pick one subject and stay
All
on
right,
it. Let's
let's
try
not
it now.
pick anything, Joe, because I'm trying to watch this fucking debate. All right.
Find it for you because
Oh, there we
the-
go. Good boy. Doing as you're told.
Yeah, because the nuclear physicist doesn't know how gas behavior works.
I never said that. I said I do know.
Yes.
I
Okay,
tell you.
let's try to keep moving here. Go ahead. Flatside.
Gas, yeah, gas is a substance that moves around in all directions constantly, which has elastic collisions, which only changes direction with a collision. Temperature, pressure, volume, all those things cause differences in this gas pressure. In other words, gas doesn't go down, it goes in all directions. So when you take a container and you fill it with gas, that gas is bouncing around in all directions inside that container. So therefore, gas not going down. And when you said, let's put the gas in the container, you conceded then to have the gas pressure, we require containment.
we've gone through that. Universe contains the gas. You don't need to keep saying the same thing.
The
But yeah, here's the thing. Gas only.
What the fuck is that? The universe contains the gas? What? What? The universe contains the gas, and then he just moves on like that's some kind of an established fact or something. What? Do you realize the ridiculous nonsense that he just postulated?
Yeah, you can't have it both ways. It can't be a vacuum and have gas. That's the whole point.
Oh my God.
Of a vacuum.
A vacuum is defined as a privation of matter.
Yeah.
Right? Wow. That's a silly, and he just blows that shit through and then starts talking about something else. Like, whoa, wait a minute. What the fuck did you just say? You know, that's where my brain's going. I'm going, did he really just say that shit? And he just blows it off like, okay, now we're going to talk about something different. Watch.
Man, I just call it time wasting.
Yeah, he is.
This doesn't move for no reason.
Gas. So show me gas not having energy.
18 times, guys, as I'm in the middle of saying things. So, yeah, good job there, Flatzoid, being a perfect flat earther. Well done. Right, so gas, energy doesn't just come out of nowhere. Kinetic energy exists because of something happening. So let's take a balloon, right? You take that balloon and put air inside it. That air is under pressure. Excuse me, apologies.
Burping up calm.
Right? And because that gas is under pressure in that balloon, it has kinetic energy. You pop that balloon, the kinetic energy makes the gas molecules move. But they only move until that kinetic energy is gone because they have other things to be pressed against, other bits of atmosphere, right? But even in a container on Earth, there is a gradient of pressure. In this room that I'm in right now, there is a gradient of pressure. So in the showing that gas doesn't move in all directions freely, it shows that gas settles more towards the bottom than the top once the kinetic energy has gone. You're welcome for the free physics lesson, by the way. I normally charge my students £75 an hour.
They're getting ripped
Can I
off.
share my screen quickly?
Sure thing.
Let's see.
There's a motherfuckers would pay this pomp. I listen. I hope he's not teaching kids. I wouldn't let that fucker guy.
And he just admitted to being in it for the money. He's just admitted his motive right there for us. So thanks, Craig. Well, now we know what you're about.
And look, this is the whole thing about people that are still in what I would call the matrix, the system, whatever you want to call it, 9 to 5. You're encouraged to just do the next thing. And this is why you see it coming through in their personalities. They can't just stick on one topic. They've got to, it's just like, it's very difficult to engage in a conversation with someone that can't focus on the conversation.
Exactly, because the motivation isn't coming from even a sort of inner kind of like interest or sort of understanding of the subject. It's just like you say, it's just like, you know, it's just a job for them. So it's it's very
there's no honor. There's no honor there, like what Soph was saying earlier. Like with Joe, why wouldn't you and Craig? Why wouldn't they say, okay, it's the scientific methods, and like there's just no, like it's just their way or the highway, and then they've got this get out of jail card that they can change it at any time. So whatever they say, doesn't matter what we say, whatever they say is always, you know, they, even if it's like they can just change the goalposts whenever they want.
Yeah,
It's
exactly,
really
man.
frustrating.
Yeah. And then there's the final out as well of just like, oh yeah, well, like I'm looking into everything and nothing's really real anyway. So what does any of it matter? So like blah 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 blah. It's like, well, if you've just said you're not even wanting to find that truth or believing it's there. So if you're just in it for like, you know, what is your motivation if it isn't to narrow down a truth?
It comes right. Yeah. It comes right down that it is a belief system. I mean, ultimately, when you have to make excuses, you know, like, oh, well, no, gravity's pulling on the air. It's like, wait a minute. Gravity pulls on the air. Why don't I feel the air pushing down on me? Why don't I feel that? Why don't we have a downward acceleration of air displayed anywhere? Maybe because gas doesn't work that way. You know, besides a pressure gradient, we have another gradient that goes along with that too, and it's temperature. Oh my God, part of that dynamic system again. Jesus Christ. But you have to stick to this bullshit of mass attracting mass. And since they say, well, air has mass, well, then what the fuck? It obviously is not attracted to the earth. You know, that whole premise of that is hogwash, but they have to rely on it. Without their gravity, their whole goddamn thing falls apart. Because, you know, there again, a mass of hydrogen forming into a giant ball and becoming so heavy in a 0G environment and crushing in on itself and causing some kind of a nuclear fusion reaction sounds like it should end with, and then we opened the wardrobe and we were back in our bedroom. You know, get the fuck on with that crazy shit right off the bat. You've got physical impossibilities occurring that you haven't even questioned. And somebody showed you a picture and said, look, there's a nebula cloud of gas in space. Oh, see, you can have clouds of gas in space now because NASA painted a picture of it.
Yeah, and that dude came forward and like he basically talked about doing these really intricate outer space pictures, which I love them. I think they're awesome. Like as artwork, I was like years back, I was going to get one of them and put them on my wall because they're really beautiful. But at the time, I was thinking, hang on, man, is space really this like artistic with all these purple clouds and all like sparkly? It was like, come on, it's just a bit crazy, man.
I don't see any of that shit out there. And then you watch like when they release those photographs from the Hubble, and Neil, the grass-fed bison, was out there saying, well, yes, this is a real photograph. And if you could see an infrared and radio waves, this is what it would look like. And I'm like, well, so it doesn't look like that at all. You took a bunch of fucking radio signals and shit and created a painting out of it. Oh, cool. That's awesome. That's definitely got me convinced that I'm going to be, you know, grandkids out in fucking space exploring the stars. I'm supposed to be out in space exploring the stars compared from what they told me when I was a kid. They had to get us ready. Presidential Physical Fitness Award, because the next generation is going to be the generation that's going to live in space and travel back and forth to the moon, because we're going to have bases and colonies, and it's going to be commercial flights back and forth all the time. Right? Here we are, 2024, and kicking the can down the road. We have to postpone the Artemis mission because the moon's shrinking. Yeah, that's what it is. That's a ticket. The moon's shrinking. So it's giving us some problems, you know. Like, shut the fuck up. God.
We can't get a phone signal on like in an underground on Earth or in an open space, but yet, you know, it's a prime example of how they just changed the goalposts. It's like, oh well, yeah, we're going to space. Oh well, you know, this happened, that happened. So what we're going to do, and then they just suck it up, and it's just like
kicking that can down the road, baby, kicking that can down the road. Every time.
I'd like to kick them down the road like a tin can, but I'm not that guy.
Well, and does anybody ever think about cost analysis? I mean, in reality, do they think about cost analysis? I mean, are the benefits that we're receiving from this money pit anywhere near worth any advancements that we may have gotten from it? I mean, it's not cheap to have this hot flying house trailer up there for 30 years. And that hairspray bill's got to be through the roof. So, I mean, what kind of advancements or what science have they advanced us in other than pseudoscience and saying they can look further off into the outer space and found the planet Klingon or some other dumb shit like that. They haven't done that. All they've done is they've grew some carrots upside down or something, and they chased each other around in gorilla suits. They played bagpipes. They played guitar. They did somersaults. They carelessly sprit water all over the fucking electronics and shit floating around in zero. I mean, come on, guys. Come on.
Totally scientific.
Jesus. You know, what have you done? Well, we can do somersaults.
Yeah, at what
All
point do
right.
you hit the stop button and say, hang on a sec, like what's what are we really doing here?
Mm-hmm. What are you people really trying to pull on me, man? Why you got me with this little puppet show? Literally a puppet show. Animated figures on a fucking string bouncing around. Look, they're in space. Oh my God, shut up, man.
And you know the thing, sorry, Soph, you know the thing that breaks my heart the most is someone said to me, everyone is everything, like, and it's true. So we have to do this together, and we're like trying to offer them an olive branch and say, look, we're not coming at you. Can't we just like review the information? Can we just refresh? Like, it's 2024. Like, I get it. All the people from the past 2,000 years ago, you keep talking about and everything. We can't, let's get it to. Can we get some new, like, can we just rerun it? And then we're not trying to be mean to you. We're just saying, maybe, like, can we just refresh the information? That I just don't see how people, they get so triggered or rude about. We're only asking, can we refresh the information and look at what it is? And no,
Exactly.
no.
And in, like with my case, I want to go back those rudimentary, fundamental shit, impossibilities that you glossed over when I didn't have critical thinking, in order to get me to the next level. That's already a possibility. So now we have this, and this, and I'm like, no, we got to go right back to the fundamental, rudimentary basics, man. You're saying you're postulating a claim that goes against all observable reality. Okay. And then you want me to prove my observed reality? No, my friend. You came with specific sizes and specific speeds and all this other shit. You need to prove that. Okay. And find out, and right here where Flatzoid's at, and I'm going to hit play here in just a minute. It's exactly, Greg, you got two windows on. I don't know what's going on here. I'll wait till I see one of them animate, and then I'll bring you up. Shit, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, what Flatzoid's covering right here, that big, huge rudimentary. We have it, and I don't understand how people cannot understand gas and fluid pressures and shit. I mean, your entire existence revolves around it. From the ketchup bottle you pull out of your refrigerator right down to your very self. Look at you. You're a container inside of a container made up of a whole bunch of containers that are also made up of containers, man. That's it. And it's all dependent on two things, man: electricity and pressure. Those are the two things that your whole existence, the very fact that you have liquid water, is because you have a dynamic pressurized system. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a liquid water to drink or to water the plants or to turn into a tidal wave and destroy a town. Everything has a dual nature. Okay. So this is what we have to understand about a dynamic system. You're not inside of a soda pop can. You're not inside of a spray paint bottle. You're in a dynamic fluid pressure system. And is it just relegated to the air and the water? No, my friends. There are other things too. What the hell is lava? There's another fluid. Oil. There's another fluid. What are we doing here? All right. So I got Cage backstage. I'll bring him up and I'm going to hit play here. How you doing, Cage?
Thank you, bro. What about the vitriolic fluid?
Yeah, that's a bad one.
The Earth's flat and my son's a mason.
There you go.
Ready when you are.
And by the way, again, gas pressure comes after containment Craig, and then gas pressure gradients comes after that. Let's see.
Cool. Yeah, universe, gravity, both containers. No worries. You can keep saying the same thing. It doesn't change my answer.
Yeah, but your answer.
Doesn't it change your answer? How does it not change your answer while I'm looking?
Where was the fucking empirical evidence that you spoke about in your opening, Craig? You just said a couple of things. The universe and gravity are containers. Next question. Kiss my ass, bro. Hold me.
Hey, Dave, I fucking love you, buddy, but at the same time, I'm kind of fearful for like your. I don't know what the fuck is going on with you. Is this done purposefully? It must be done on purpose. Like I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Your whole shtick.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. What?
Your whole little program running it.
My whole little program. Can you delineate, please?
You know what I'm talking about, buddy.
No, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Well, ask.
Yeah, you're confusing me, Cage. Can you just explain what you're saying, please?
You must.
Yeah.
It's called the first 3 knocks, bro. You know what I mean? You have to knock on the door 3 times.
Okay.
I know what that's about.
All right. Have you been drinking, Cage?
Unfortunately, not. I've been trimming.
Okay. So, not on topic. Right on. Here we go.
For getting this on screen.
Well, you can keep saying you need a container, and I will keep telling you that both gravity and the universe contain all of the gas.
Where have we seen that?
Great. Okay. Can you see on screen?
Again, Dave, the reason why I
Okay.
brought
Now
this
this
up.
is a container for Craig.
Give me 1 second. I don't see it right now. Just give me 1 second to bring it up on my screen. So bear with me.
Yeah.
Okay. Go.
We're ready, Flat
Yeah.
I think. Sorry.
You're surrounded by idiots,
So,
Dave.
this would be space on the outside. So in other words, a vacuum chamber on the other side, your universe, Craig. And then this would be a closed container, okay, which we would say as Earth. But now we're going to play it as closed. I'm going to pump some dense gas into there. Let's maybe pump some less dense gas into there. You see the less dense gas is moving faster than the denser gas, correct? Correct?
Okay.
And it's moving in all directions. Okay? What happens when I heat that up? They move faster, correct? Because of more kinetic energy.
I'm a low-level retard. I haven't
Okay.
knocked
And what
3
happens when I
times. I don't know what's
cool
going
it
on.
down?
Yep. No one's
They're
denying
moving
this.
slow. Okay?
Yeah, cool.
Are they ever going to stop moving, Craig?
If you were able to get it to absolute zero, they would, yeah.
Do you get absolute zero in reality, Craig?
Fuck.
We don't know.
No, you don't. It's an impossibility.
Well, we don't know that. You've just said something. We
No,
don't know.
it's literally an impossibility to get gas to go down to zero. Okay, now we're going to make Earth.
You just said a very big claim. So before we continue, can you back up the claim that it's sorry. I apologize. Can you back up the claim that it would be completely impossible to have absolute zero?
Yes. Gas behavior by itself, it has what we call elastic collisions. It has perfect elastic collisions. Do you know what that means, Craig?
Okay, that doesn't prove that you can't have absolute zero.
Do you know what perfect elastic collisions means, Craig?
Tell us what things, Flatsoid. Instead of just asking me, just tell us what things
I'm
mean.
asking you because you seem to be very ignorant to gas pressure, to what gas is, how it behaves.
Gas pressure is none of this is debunking gravity.
Okay, show me where is gas pooling down at the bottom here, Craig?
Well, you don't have gravity included in this simulation.
Sorry, this is a physics, actual physics simulation.
Correct. Yeah, and it's a physics simulation that isn't taking gravity into account.
You know why they don't take gravity into account? For gas movement, Craig?
Because in this particular example that they are doing, they are removing gravity to make it simpler to understand.
Show me one gas law that takes gravity, please.
Boom. There are no gas laws that take gravity into consideration at all. Okay?
Bro, these plants are flat, bro. You know what I mean?
Show me one
nice,
gas law
Dave.
that takes gravity into account, please. Go ahead.
Interrupt me while I'm in the middle of saying things.
Let's
21. Yep. So what you are doing now, again, I'm going to respond to the thing you were saying. You are showing a simulation that simply has not included gravity. That's it. That doesn't deep gravity. But, okay, 24. I'll start again because
a educational facility. Where is that from? Actually, I have it. Oh wait, it's over here. Oh, and my gas particles are still trying to get out of that. The heavy gas particles. I got about 11 of them. No, 2 of them just escaped. Okay. Anyway, that comes from.
Hey, Dave, may I ask you something?
Just a second. That comes from Colorado State University, gas properties. Yeah, it's from phet.colorado.edu. You can go there and check this thing out yourself. And the reason that they don't put gravity into the simulation is because gravity is not a factor in gas behavior, except for when they try to tell you that the atmospheric pressure is due to a downward acceleration of air due to gravity, which is bunk.
Hey, Dave, my question is, have you looked into the alchemical process much? Spagyrics and all these different types of, I feel like this kind of goes hand in hand with your theory of reality being non-reality, kind of localized within your own mind in a way projected. You know what I mean? Have you looked into the alchemical process of spagyrics?
Yes, I have, and we will probably discuss some of that one night. So,
well,
anyway,
that's too deep for YouTube, right? Okay.
What?
It's too much for the internet.
Well, what is the internet? The internet's not an entity. There are all different entities of different intelligence levels that use the internet all day, every day.
Yeah, but YouTube doesn't like that, right? Like if you start talking spagyrics and alchemy, you're going to get nobody listening.
No, they're not going to. They don't get too upset.
You're not going to get anybody. Guess what? No, you're not going to get a whole.
All right, then we won't talk about it. Okay, so drop it. Now we're going to go back to the.
What's wrong with that, though? That means that
I don't know. Ask YouTube. You're the one claiming that they're not going to like it.
It should be talked about the other way.
It should. So write a letter to YouTube and tell them we should be allowed to talk about this.
I don't know. Someone that tries to flex by showing a grow room doesn't show a level of intellect.
I'm going to send him a pigeon, bro.
So anyway.
Whatever.
Back to the debate and the topic at hand.
Interrupted me. So showing a simulation that does not include gravity does not debunk gravity. I don't know why you would think it does. Real.
Simple. Because no gas law in existence takes gravity into account. This is physics 101, mate.
I don't think you took physics, so I'm not sure that you could say it's physics.
Can you show me a gas law that
he can't? And he's like, "Oh, well, you just never went to school, so I doubt that wasn't the question. Can you show a fucking gas law that takes gravity into account? Either answer it, say yes or no." Hey,
no, we cannot. And personally, the plants I showed are simulated plants and stuff.
Okay, we're down with it. Listen, we're not going to get off topic on your simulation bullshit tonight.
It's not even real, bro. It's a simulated.
I don't care. I don't care. If you bring up a simulation again, I'm going to throw you off the show. Either stay on topic or leave, please.
25.
Everything to count.
25. Okay. Laws don't need to take other things into account. They just describe things in isolation. Multiple laws can work together at the same time. Having a law saying one thing does not debunk another thing happening. For example,
Wait a minute. Didn't you unnecessarily slip gravity into the buoyancy formula?
What Buddy's referring to, the British guy on here, he's referring to the Kemetic or Hermetic principles.
Yeah,
you cannot break natural law. You can only use one law against another to make it seem like someone else is going on. But no, you cannot break law. You break the law will break you. The real law. I'm not talking about man-made law.
So
I'm not talking about man-made law. Yeah.
Right. So the thing is what he's saying is he's saying, well, no, that's just for gas. They don't take gravity into account. And I was like, well, wait a minute. One of your buoyancy formulas, you had to unnecessarily slip gravity into there, didn't you? Yeah, I think you did. All the rest of them, you had to unnecessarily slip gravity
It's
in
a
there.
bunch of fucking waffle. No, what they're trying to do is a social engineering eugenic program, technically, even
Okay.
through, if you look into sciences
Cage,
and all that.
Cage,
No,
can you please just stop, man? Just.
It's a bunch of bullshit. Of course,
I know.
that's what you're seeing.
Cage, it's just stop. Okay.
I know. You know what it is, bro.
I know. So don't tell us anymore. Stop. We're not talking about that.
Are you not entertained, Dave?
No, I'm not entertained, dude. I'm not entertained for even the slightest minute. I'm sorry that you cannot stay on topic. You have to go. Okay? You're derailing my shit, and I'm not going to have it.
Universal law of gravitation, Fg equals gm1 m2 over r squared. That is a law. It is the law of gravity. That law of gravity does not debunk electromagnetic theory existing. The forces created due to electromagnetic theory are a real thing. But just because the universal law of gravity exists doesn't debunk that. Just like gas laws can exist, they don't debunk the universal law of gravity. They just describe gas behavior in an isolated example.
How can a theory, scientific or not, be a universal law? Anybody?
Bueller, Ferris.
Yeah, right? Bueller. I mean, for Christ's sake, man, this thing is full of fucking doublespeak. How can it be a universal law if it's a theory? You've never actually proven gravity. You assumed gravity. And not only did you assume gravity, you place this condition onto other things that you don't know anything of the fuck about. You've made assumptions as to what they are. This is insane. This whole belief right here is worse than the Hare Krishna shit. It really is.
Okay. While you're looking for the gas law that takes gravity into account, I'm going to open the system of Earth for you. What's happening to all that gas, Craig?
So just to be clear, you ignored what I said and just continued on waiting to speak. Now, again, your simulation does not take gravity into account.
Because gas laws don't take gravity into account, Craig. Real simple, buddy.
Therefore, it is not appropriate to try and debunk gravity with a simulation that simply does not include it.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you again. Can you provide any gas law that shows no gravity taken into, that shows gravity taken into account, please?
It's almost like you didn't listen to the words that came out of my mouth. No, because that's not what the purpose of a gas law is. Laws are individual things. I literally went through an explanation. You can have gas laws that will describe the behavior of gases in an isolated system with no gravity involved, but you can also have a law of gravity that doesn't talk about gas.
So gravity doesn't affect gas then?
28 times that he's interrupted me. It's amazing
what childish behavior is this? Is this a debate, or is this a childish guy who fails to even understand physics, that fails to actually be a grown-up and answer me when I ask him questions, and literally interrupts me when I'm giving his rebuttal?
I didn't interrupt you. I've not interrupted you. I've been quiet when you've been speaking. Wait for my turn to talk and respond, but when I get to the middle of a sentence, you interrupt.
He's had to go on about interrupt, and this is what I'm going to do, and this, that, and the other. Eats up like 50% at least of his talk time. He is a snipey little bitch. He's like some lesbian that's trying to be fucking Simon Cowell. I swear to God.
I will start my sentence again. Please listen to what is coming out of my mouth, okay? Don't interrupt. You can have multiple laws at the same time. Gas laws just describe gas. They don't include gravity. They just describe gas on their own. But you also have the law of gravity, which describes how gravity works on its own. You can have multiple laws for multiple things that don't talk about other things. That does not debunk those other things existing. Is that clear?
You mean like Bernoulli's principle when you're hanging a fucking weight off the side of a mountain? You mean kind of like that? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's take atmospheric law, for instance. Do you know what Dalton's law is?
Yes, please tell us exactly what it is.
No, I asked you.
No, you didn't. You just asked me, do I know what it is? And then I asked you to tell me. So I know what it is, yeah. My question to you, can you tell us
Why
what
are you
it is?
interrupting me?
I was in the middle of saying something.
No, I thought you don't interrupt. Okay.
There's been quite a bit of
partial
interruptions.
pressure.
That dude's, if his estrogen levels could get any higher, man, his tits would grow.
Yeah,
even more.
He's a sugar for sure.
The guy's a joke. He's a fucking joke. He was pestering me on fucking Twitter today. He DM'd me. Well, when's round 2? And I told him, I said, soon. Oh, and he said, when's round 2, sweetheart, or something like that. I said, just hang in there, cupcake. It's coming real soon. We're streamlining the debate format, which is going to completely take away his fucking bullshit tactic of this. It's totally going to take that away. You can't interrupt. It's impossible because your mic is muted by the fucking host until the other guy is done talking and indicates that he's done talking. And then when it's your turn, if you want to use your time up with that bullshit about you don't understand and you don't have an education and you're an idiot and all that, go ahead, eat your fucking time up. It will be seen that you used your time for that, like he's doing now, rather than actually get to the meat of the argument.
Well,
He
you know
knows
he's still going to
the
do
meat
what
of
he
the
always does.
Yeah,
Sorry.
this is the thing. Their fucking gravity and the gas pressure is kryptonite. It's kryptonite. They cannot get around these things.
And Sav, I missed the beginning of your discussion last night with Jaron. That's awesome that you guys had talked out
Yeah, it
some
was
stuff
amazing.
and figured
That
out how
was
to
a
maybe
really
like
powerful stream.
take it to the
Sorry.
next level on those debates. That's awesome. I look forward to hearing that because that 30, the way it went the other night with you, clearly that wasn't working. And I think one thing with it all is, and I know we're all realists here, but Jaron talking about how can we get like this perfect debate, but when you're against people who are dishonest and unlike somebody like Max last night, somebody unlike him who actually is an intentional deceiver, you're not going to get that perfect thing. Like that guy that had come on recently saying, what's the perfect like test we can do that everybody can agree on? You're not going to get that. And you're not going to get a perfect debate. But I think that's cool that you two discuss it further. And I look forward to seeing what you two came up with and how it hashes out.
Yeah, I think it's really good. I mean, it's as simple as CB radio. Okay, it works like this. Each person gives their opener, right? Then whoever goes first, the other guy is automatically muted. No one is allowed to unmute themselves. If you unmute yourself, well, Jaron can have control because he uses I don't know, whatever program he uses.
Another format,
he can have us relinquish control. But if I was doing it here and I was moderating, okay, the rule is this. When the one guy is talking, the other guy is muted. You do not unmute your mic. If you unmute your own mic, you're automatically disqualified. You lost the debate. You're out. Okay? So then what happens? The guy goes ahead. He makes his statement within a reasonable amount of time. Of course, the moderator's there. When he's finished, he says, I yield, or I'm done, or even you could go over, right? That indicates that you're done with your transmission. At that point in time, then the moderator mutes that person and the other guy comes off mute. He's allowed to make his response. Now, you can have your buzzers, 2 buzzers, and each one gives you 10 seconds. That's it. Once you've used up your 2 buzzers, there are no more. You have to use self-discipline. And if you have points that you find that are something you must address, have a pad of paper, take notes, open up WordPad on your computer, take notes so that you know what the points you're wanting to address when that person finally says, I yield, and gets muted. So use your buzzers wisely. And I think that would eliminate the shit out of a lot of what you see going on here. You know? So
yeah, because a huge part is his tactic of like spending maybe not literally, but maybe 30 seconds of saying, well, you just interrupted me going on and just killing time with all that nonsense.
Yeah, listen, this is and I think that'll take I think that'll go for a more constructive debate format. Jaron,
it levels the playing field, Sov.
What's that?
It levels the playing fields. They've had it too good for too long.
Yes.
The Globers.
Yeah. It's got you have to do that because unfortunately, and listen, it's on both sides. Both sides do it. And I can understand people are passionate about this argument. But because of that fact, if we're going to do that, we got to act like it's a two-way radio. Okay? Two people can't talk at the same time.
At the same time, and I don't mean to keep on continuing on, cut back into this, cut me off at any point.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Yeah.
At the same time, there's something like I was listening to another debate today on a different topic. And when you can have it, which, like I was just saying, you can't have it when you have a dishonest person on one side.
Yeah.
But it's so beautiful to have a debate where there's a moderator, but where it can be a free discussion. Because I think sometimes without the free discussion aspect, you lose out on so much. But we all gain so much. So I sit here and I dog on, people that are coming on your show. I'm like, yeah, you can't do this, or cheering on the other person. I don't know where I was going with that. Excuse me. So yeah,
it happens, man. It happens.
Yeah.
It'll roll back
Yeah.
around. Trust me.
Yeah.
It always does.
And
It'll roll
one real quick question, off topic but related, that I brought up in the chat earlier. I was down the street today talking. There's a man who I'm going to assume is in his late 70s that has been growing food and stuff in his front yard for a while. When I'm out on walks, he's like 7 minutes away from my place, and I'll stop and talk to him. I hadn't seen him in a while, and I was flat smacking him for the first time.
Oh shit!
And we were talking about Mars came up in the topic, just talking about. He started laughing at me after I told him some stuff. He's like, "You don't believe in the moon landing, right?" And he brought up Mars and says, how far away do you think it is?" And I asked him in the chat, and Barbara responded. By the way, huge props to Barbara. She's a huge part of the show, as you know. I love her.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Much love to Sister Barbara.
Yeah, she's incredible. I used to talk about when I was mocking the whole idea of like that they have some remote control vehicle 30-something million miles away, and I knew it fluctuated. But he pointed out, he said it's 200 million miles, and I got on my phone, it said 199 million miles. Is that a Mandela effect, or am I the only one that ever remembered it being 30 million miles away?
I don't know, man. They're all the time changing that shit, man.
I know they are, but that's a huge jump from what
Yeah.
I'd seen. And I'm not making any claims. I was just
And it
curious,
makes
put it out there.
just makes it even worse. You know.
But yeah,
that-
it doesn't help their case if that's
Doesn't,
it.
no.
Yeah.
We
All right.
keep
Well,
increasing these distances, and we've got remote control dune buggies now. You got to realize. I want you to figure out what that would be like controlling a dune buggy with a 15 or minute delay or whatever else it takes on that.
Well, something I brought up in here before it possibly some years back for several years, because I'm in Houston. I ran video. I was in charge of video for these one-day seminars, and there were a lot of astronauts involved. And before I knew some of who they were, like what's his name, Kelly, I think he was there, and I was there for one of the ones when they're trying to explain away the water in the spacesuit. And somewhere I still have it on a computer hard drive somewhere, all the original files. And I never signed contracts with them that I can't share this stuff, so kind of got to dig it up. But it was funny because they were contradicting themselves as they got different NASA people throughout the day about like how it happened or why it happened. But yes, some of the stuff was just comical. And yeah, anyway, I keep on losing my train of thought, but so I'll let you get back to that.
Look, I think I know what you're saying. Like basically, I'm not going to say they own anything because no one does, and they've just got the whistle for the game, and they can move the goalposts and change the turf, and we have to adapt to their tactics. It's cruel.
Well, it's like I said, it's Dungeons and Dragons. You can make up new monsters and shit anytime you want. So,
but I wonder if we have some headway with the younger generation, because we all know that the older minds are more difficult to break through. Like the older gentleman I referenced down the road, that he's so set in his ways, and everything he brought up to me was a clear combination of his own ideas with what he's been indoctrinated with. And I think there's some hope in that, in the sense that even as much as we talk about quote unquote public indoctrination or any indoctrination in the school system, is that there's some hope that there's so many people in the younger generation that are breaking free from that.
I've been saying there's going to be a tipping point this year.
You think this year?
Yeah. There's going to be at least a 50-50 tipping point this year.
You mean on excuse me, you mean on this topic alone or just in general for truth?
I'm talking about in general.
Okay.
Amongst everybody, whether it's about flat earth globe. I mean, we're seeing it more and more. We're seeing record numbers of searches for the subject on different social medias. I'm seeing bigger and bigger audiences. I've also found that if you talk about it in public, you don't get the ridicule you used to, not at least to the degree that it used to. And there's somehow this grand rising, this awakening that's happening amongst everybody. There's a level of consciousness. It's like people are leveling up. And I think it's going to accelerate. And just a hunch with all the shit that's going on with this upcoming eclipse, that they've closed schools everywhere within the path. They've declared local emergency situations for it. And it's like, wait a second, this should be a boondoggle for your tourism. You're going to have all your hotels, restaurants and shit like that. How could that? And you've known about it for a long time. So how could there be an emergency? Right. And this thing that they don't want you to look at it. And I'm like, I stare at the sun all the time. Why would a sun being blocked out be worse for me? And I believe that the sun is directly tied to your consciousness, and that something about this event is actually going to elevate consciousness. It's just my theory.
Is that I catch a lot of your shows, but I haven't touched them all. Have you covered that? Because I know that topic of the eclipse and the supposed comet that's going to coincide with it, and I've seen a lot of the big biblical connections and the cities that are covered and whatnot. It seems to be a whole lot going on. Not that I have any opinions on it. Have you gone over that yourself, whether you've covered it here or elsewhere?
I've gone into it a little bit. I believe that the things in the sky are definitely signs. It's a calendar. It's there for signs, seasons, and events. That there's harbingers that come. These are rare celestial events that are taking place. I don't know. All I can say is we can see what happens. There ain't fucking shit we can do about it. It's going to happen. Right. So I'm excited to see if anything happens at all. But my speculation is that because I believe that the sun is directly tied to your consciousness, that this is going to be like a little push. We've seen a huge awakening of people in the last 4 years. And I think that a little push is going to come.
Well, really one last thing before you cut into this. So I'll admit any day, like I've been wrong many, many times over the years. And I remember back in, was it 2015 with the Jade Helm, that kind of, I'd already been quote unquote truther for not quite a decade by that point.
That's already in place.
Oh yeah. But I mean, a lot of the talk about it and the numbers and everything. And that's what initially got me into buying storable food, which I stupidly did, even though I was already not a believer in Alex Jones. I had long since written him off through some company that he supported, and it was like the worst storable food you could buy that needed to be thrown in the trash right away. But I get, I'm still susceptible to fear and to ideas and to whatever. I don't ever believe I'll be above that. But it's interesting to see that all this talk of stuff related to that has got me, like, even though I haven't even delved into it, there's that element of seeing what's this title and this title, and this person I respect has this title on their video, and they're saying there's all these biblical references. And then, so I guess understandably, to some extent, my body takes some of that in. And then I've never subscribed to Crow 777, but I respect some of the stuff I've seen. So yesterday or the day before, I listened to the first hour of one of their talks on the subject. And I love that it had like this whole positive angle to it. Like, yeah, there's change coming, but it could be for the good. And it's so interesting how just ideas, whether it's truth on one side or the other, just how the idea of the possibility of something positive coming from it, like, settled my nerves. And this isn't even coming from somebody that was obsessed with researching what's going to happen on that day, what's going to happen.
Right.
So,
it's a feeling. I also have that. I have that same type of feeling. It's like an inner knowing or something. We'll see. But here's the thing. I'm just gonna leave you with this because I got like 15 more minutes and I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
cut
sorry.
off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. We'll do a part 2 tomorrow. But regarding fear, okay. Have you've heard the serenity prayer, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Right? God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So fear of the inevitable is pointless. Fearing death is pointless because it's inevitable. Okay. Fearing an eclipse would be pointless because it's going to happen whether you're afraid or not. Okay. All you're doing by fearing these things is placing yourself in a little box and you're limiting your thinking. Once you eliminate those fears and realize that fear is only there if I'm in imminent danger, that's what it's for. Somebody else placing fear into you over something that may or may not happen. Many people, most of their fears are based on those very things that they have no control over. So why would you fear it?
Yeah,
If you have
thankfully,
no-
like some, it's not a total fear. It's just a more hint of anxiety than I should be dealing with, and that I know better than to even let get a hold of me.
Right. Just take it in, breathe, relax, think about, wait, what am I really looking at here? That's the whole thing. It's easy to get stuck into a fear-based thing because let's face it, they programmed us that way, for crying out loud, once you gotta break that.
I was going to say, it's okay for me to ask the Almighty Creator for care and protection and some guidance for whatever I'm going through, and that fear seems to fall away. That it just works for me. I'm just putting it out there.
Same here.
God's never going to give you
Amen.
any more than you can handle. I can tell you that right now.
Yep. I not only flat smacked that guy today, but and just like Run Boston Bear was talking about last night, I'm more in the line of his way of thinking of things. That I also talked to him about creator, and you could kind of see this old man's eyes go on when I was like, there has to be creator, and it was a beautiful experience. It was cool.
That's cool. Yeah.
Shout out to the 70-year-old growing his vegetables. What a cool guy.
Oh no,
Just
his
that.
whole front yard here in Houston, Texas, in a
Oh,
place
wow.
where nobody grows anything. I mean, close nearby they do because there's farms all around us, not too distant away. But yeah, he's got one right as I walk past. He's been growing stuff in his front yard for a long time, and I just fear the day if and when the day comes that people are snacking up. But no, it's really cool to see, because I think even on a subconscious level, that's got to be inspiring, and then kind of something for people, that these rich people that drive by that's his house all the time, that are like, who's that little guy? What's he doing? Like, why does he have his entire front yard and side yard filled with food?
Because he don't give a shit what other people think about it. That's why.
Yeah, he's
I'm like
awesome.
that too.
Yeah.
So let me get on back with this thing here, and like I said, we'll have to do a part.
Yeah,
2.
thank
I
you,
got
Soph.
Less than
Thanks.
13 minutes going here, so let's see what's happening.
Give each other a little bit of space here. Go ahead, Flatsword. You can
It's
ask your
the
question. now.
yeah. In other words, it's the partial pressures that make up the 14.7 psi. In other words, it's a mixture of all gases, Craig. Okay? Do you know why Dalton's law doesn't take gravity into account? And it's literally what your atmospheric gradients are based upon?
Can you please tell us?
I'm asking you.
No, you didn't ask me. You asked me if I know what it is. I answered you. Yes, I know what it is.
And I said, do you know why?
You just said, do I know what it is? And I said, yes. And my question in response to you was, yes, please tell us why.
This dishonest piece of shit, here's how you got to ask him the question. Can you please explain to us why gravity is not taken into account in Dalton's law? Okay? If you ask him, do you know why? Then he's just going to say yes. And he's going to keep doing this shit. So you have to be very specific with this little girl. You really do. This one's been using the same tampon for a week now.
So please tell us my question.
Clean your ears out. I asked you, do you know why it doesn't take gravity into account?
Those were not the words you said.
Those were the words I said.
Okay, let's just try to move on. And
Yeah, so I'm waiting.
Anyway,
that'd be great.
as a quick response to what you said before, actually, you know what? I can think of a gas law that takes gravity into account because pressure equals rho kT, which includes mass and by extension includes gravity because, you know, all mass is gravitational mass. So, I mean, yeah, there is gas laws that do include gravity because they include mass. So, I mean,
sorry.
So
That's
you're,
false.
I forgive you, Flatsoid. I absolutely 100%. I'm not sure why you're saying sorry, but just to be good, I do forgive.
Look at this gaslighting shit. He got penned in a fucking corner and he's trying to make it look like he won. This guy is like playing chess with a pigeon. He'll kick all the pieces over, shit on the board, and then strut around like he won or something. And he doesn't think, see, this is why his audience is a bunch of low-level idiots. So they think he's smart. They think that he's doing smart shit right here, and he's not. He really isn't. He's just acting like a snipey little bitch, and that's all he can do.
Give you.
Because that's false.
What, P equals rho kT is false?
No, the false, you trying to false equivocate gravity now to buoyancy.
I didn't do that at all.
Rho, what's rho?
Rho is, depends on what you're describing. Rho can be different things depending on the equation. I wasn't talking about buoyancy. You know, the P equals rho kT is a gas law, not buoyancy.
You're trying to put gravity in there with buoyancy due to rho. Thanks.
No, I didn't mention buoyancy once. Why are you bringing up buoyancy?
What does rho stand for?
In what? Well, rho in buoyancy stands for the volume displaced.
Displacement, exactly. Gas has displacement.
We're not talking about buoyancy, so I don't know why you brought
So
it up.
gravity then's not there. Well done. So it's not gravity. By your own admission, it's not gravity then.
I do want to just step in right quick, and just because we have been going down a totally different path, just based
on you said, if that's okay. Just quickly, one thing.
Sure thing.
The G in buoyancy is the gravity, not the rho. So
That's acceleration.
That's
the equation.
G means acceleration.
That's acceleration. God damn it. Effect is not cause. Just because you call it G, you can call it A. Okay. It doesn't mean the cause. It is the acceleration.
Due to gravity. Yeah. Yeah. That's why it's G. So,
So
sorry,
is gravity acceleration?
Gravity causes acceleration. Yeah. That's the G, acceleration due to gravity.
So G is not gravity then, it's acceleration.
It's the acceleration due to gravity. That's
No,
what
it's
G.
the acceleration constant. It is not gravity, it's the acceleration constant.
A citation that says that the G in the equation for buoyancy does not stand for the acceleration due to gravity, please.
You literally just said it's acceleration, not gravity. You said gravity causes the acceleration. So if G stands for acceleration, it's not gravity, Craig.
Yeah, no. To be clear, the G stands for acceleration due to gravity.
All right,
That's what it
I have to
stands
step
for.
in here, guys.
not gravity.
Just because we've gotten so far down into other topics here, and the topic for tonight's debate is
An observed effect is not the cause. Okay. It's that simple. It's that simple. So the G in the buoyancy formula is not gravity. It's acceleration assumed to be due to gravity. Okay. Because once again, we have no proof of this.
flat versus globe. So I do want to give you both, up to a minute here just to just bring us back in and explain, just for the sake of our audience, why what we're talking about would indicate your model over the other. So we'll start with you, Flatsoid, if you don't mind.
Okay, great. Yeah, so in summary, it's simple. Craig needs gravity to pull gas down. Due to gas behavior and natural laws, even the Joule's expansion of free gas, and every gas law in existence, and the second law of thermodynamics, really requires gravity to be a force of exponential, can't pronounce it, so Afrikaans, magnitude, which is impossible. Even given gravity as a force, it can't do anything to gas because it's physics 101. Gas has no direction to gas. Gravity has no direction to gas. So if you're claiming gas go down, you need to be able to demonstrate it. They can't, and therefore debunks the globe. On the other hand, flat Earth biblical cosmology, we have containment. Therefore, we have a dynamic gradient system.
All right, over to you, FTFE.
Well said,
Take up to a minute
Flatoid.
and a half.
Well said.
Wow, how to be so wrong in a few sentences. Gravity is empirically shown to be a fact. The fact that we have a pressure gradient shows that there's an acceleration downwards and shows that gas does not.
Then why is it called a fucking theory, Craig? Why isn't it called
So
a
I'm
fact?
so embarrassed. Not everyone from the UK is like Craig. I've just got to throw that in there. I'm so embarrassed. Right, my face
Oh,
is red.
listen, facts. That's fine. I know. Anson's been a long friend of the channel. And I have others as well. Yeah, man. Look,
Cool.
we're
Nice to
not,
meet you, man.
we're not letting this guy speak
Likewise.
for you any more than I'm letting Joe Biden speak for me. Come on, man.
Thank you. Yeah, look, look, we got 30 minutes left, but Sov, I've got written down a question from earlier. Not a question, just something about gas. Maybe it could be for part 2.
All right.
Basically, does anyone know where gas is, how gas is formed, and does it come from like a solid object and is released? So how would it form in their model, like, along them lines, if you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they're produced, even though Craig said they're not produced. I mean, absolutely. I breathe in oxygen and I produce carbon dioxide. That was a production of a gas, right? What he was alluding to was the fact that there's no more or less than there ever was. Well, that's due to the process of respiration, and I'm not talking about breathing. I'm talking about the natural processes that occur in our dynamic system. We have evaporation and condensation, exchanges of gases between organisms. We have organisms that are consuming things and producing gases. There's a host of things that are going on. So the way I put it was, think back before they had Lego kits, right? You just went and you got a box of Legos. And let's suppose you had some Legos and you use them all up and build this little world out of it. Well, in order to make anything new, you have to use some of the blocks that are already incorporated in your structure. So I want to go and make a cow. That's going to suck because I'm going to have to use up some of my trees, or my little plants. So now I've got to use those little plants there to produce this cow, right? There's not going to be any more or less of the building blocks. They're just going to be changing. That's all.
So they're in egg, bacon, and bubble a little bit of trouble. If, in their words, not mine, space junk. How I'd like an explanation of how, in their model, the sun and all these other luminaries of gases have. How did it? I'd need an explanation. That's that's it.
All right, let me let.
If there's nothing up there, where does it come from? If there's just space junk, where I'm sure they've got a perfect explanation that they're going to bamboozle and dazzle me with.
Yeah, they just do the politician thing and just don't answer the question. Find clever ways of not doing it, and then ad hom you.
All right, real quick.
This is where the no honor comes in.
I'm going to real quick let Craig finish this little quip or whatever, and then I'll shut this down and we'll do a sign off here.
Move freely in all directions. If gas moved freely in all directions all of the time, then there would not be a gradient. If, as the flat earthers like to claim, high pressure always goes to low pressure, then we would constantly have an upward rushing of wind, except we don't, because there's a downward acceleration of the atmosphere due to gravity. The prediction is that there will be a pressure gradient. It matches the prediction of the globe model. Flatsoid has done the same thing that all flat earthers do, and just not understood the globe model, strawmanned my position, and then because of his strawman claimed that he is right. It's just all flat earthers do. Everyone that knows physics knows that I'm right. Simple as that.
Would you be able to steel man the flat earth argument for why we have pressure gradients?
All right, this is that. And of course, Craig said no. We're going to keep it at 4707. I'll keep that where it's at. And we'll pick up where we left off here tomorrow night. We're coming up on 4 hours, and I got to I got to quit these marathons, man. We're getting a lot of views, but man, I got to quit doing these marathons. Maybe cut them up afterwards or some shit like that. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming up here tonight. Give you real quick opportunity to, if you got a page, go ahead and plug it. You got any kind of like last little goodbye or anything you want to say until tomorrow night? Go right ahead. I'll start with Billy Bongsalot. Bongsalot. Yeah, I like that. Billy Bong. Billy Bong is a small oasis, if I'm not mistaken. That's what they call a billabong in Australia. I didn't know that. I heard a guy called Billy Bong one time on an old chat forum, like when you had bulletin boards. Remember those days? And the guy was Billy Bong, and I didn't know what a Billy Bong was. And I said, dude, Billy, you've been on that bong way too much, man. I don't understand. But go ahead, Billy. What do you got for us?
It's like a skateboarding billabong, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it, but
It's brand new.
Then I was like, maybe Billy Bongsalot, and then I took like Sir Lancelot kind of, and but some people, but my channel's I mainly stream on Twitch, but I have a YouTube, but you guys might not like it because when I'm not on your show, I'm trying not to be as harsh on flat earthers, because I find that if I'm just like calling you guys stupid or something, it's not going to work out too well. So I have to try and like explain why I think the way I think, or else I'm just going to come across as an asshole. And also I felt that Craig was whining a little bit too much about being interrupted. And in a debate, you're gonna have to expect people are gonna want to interrupt. And also, if someone asks you a question, maybe if you don't answer it, it's like you want to have the time. Like if somebody gives you the spotlight, you want to use that time. You don't want to be like, oh, well, why don't you answer it? That didn't seem like a good tactic to me. But that's all I wanted to say mainly. Yeah. Thanks for having me on, though.
I think the best way to do that, instead of asking him, do you know what this is? I would just assume that he knows what it is. He seems to know every fucking other thing. I would have said, okay, can you please explain to us the Dalton's Law? Okay. That's what I would do. But you know what this idiot would do? He doesn't know. Well, he should know now because I told it to him too. Right? So what he will do at that point, even he'll try to, well, you brought it up, you explain it, right? No, I'm asking you to explain it because I'm going to show you how you're debunking your gradient right off the bat. Okay. We have another kind of a gradient besides pressure. Oh my God. And it happens to be temperature. Learn about temperature and gas behavior, especially different densities of gases. Greg, what do you got for us before we go tonight, buddy?
Well, Billabong, I wasn't here for the whole show tonight, but I didn't know until just now that you were a Glober and stuff, and seeing that I hadn't heard from you all night. You were obviously just chilling back there. I'd love to hear from you some night. So, I'm
come on back.
Yeah. So I hope to hear you.
Absolutely.
And then one reason I chimed back in also is because earlier one of the two times I lost my train of thought when I was talking about running video for these shows where there's all these astronauts involved, is when I brought up the whole idea of Mars and the distance and talking about the communication of it. Is this like one of the earlier times I did it was maybe not quite 10 years ago now, and I had rented at the time some of the most advanced equipment for doing remote video. So I would have a couple guys I hired for the day, and we would all three like run live video for this live stream. In the same room, no big deal. We're patched in. You got a cable going to our cameras. And then during their lunch hour, I would have a transmitter on my camera and walk around, and they would have students involved through this. I don't know if they do it outside of Texas, but this so-called STEM, now they call it STEAM program with all this alleged sciences and stuff. And so they would have some of them from around Houston come in, and we walk around, and they would have their little displays and so we had a little live segment, and in order for that to work, I had to have this live communication on my camera going to the board. And I literally at points, there was one time where you're out at a new Exxon facility, a huge place, and walked around a wall and lost communication. And just the irony of it all, that they're even at that point communicating tens of millions of miles away, and I can't walk around a concrete wall or whatever it was. But
that's a good observation. Absolutely. And, you know, I want to add to that too, just before I go to facts, that I want you to imagine the longest flight you've ever been on. And then
12 hours.
Okay, so imagine now being in a little cramped up thing with the same fucking people for several months, maybe a year or more, eating out of little envelopes and, you know, bored the fuck out of your mind, bro, and hating everyone around you. I'm just going to throw that out there. Fax, what do you got for us tonight before I sign off, buddy?
Okay, I've got two things. Shout out to family, Jedi up. Everyone is everything, and it's okay to not be okay. And we have one common enemy, and it's not each other. And the sooner we realise that, we can, you know, things will change. And the second thing I want to say is I'm Bantu, which means I can't eat if my brother can't eat. I can't be happy if my sister is not happy, and so on and so on. And like, we don't want to race, like, so let's say 3, 2, 1, we all race against each other. We don't do that around here. We link arms and we walk to the finish line together and we share.
There you go, brother. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good note to end this out on, man. Really, for real. That's it.
Thank you, family.
That's perfect. All right. Well, like we always say, thanks guys for coming up. Just want to remind everybody at home, we're going to do part 2 of this tomorrow night. Just keep in mind, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whiting. See your doctor and get rid of him, because he'll probably kill you. So until then, keep it together, guys. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained.